여러분 안녕하세요. 뉴스 읽어주는 여자입니다. 안녕하세요. 참 오랜만이죠, 그쵸? 7시간 지났어요. 참 오늘도 이렇게 방송하겠습니다. 지금 한국 시간으로 10시 50분이고요. 그리고 우리가 오늘은 좀 매매를 좀 해볼까? 일단은 차트부터 봅시다. 차트? 오, 다행히 나스닥이 점점 떨어지고 있습니다. 여러분, 드디어 떨어지고 있고, 그래도 아직은 좀 가격이 높긴 하는데, 그래도 오늘 승부를 좀 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 일단 우리가 매매 시작하기 앞서 오늘 일정과 지금 주식 시장 산책 좀 알아봐야 되는데 일단은 주원 씨랑 좀 인사 나눌까요? 주원 씨 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요, 데스님. 반갑습니다, 청취자 여러분들. 저희가 오늘 방송이 좀 많이 늦었어요. 늦은 이유는 안타까워서 그랬죠. 저희가 기다리던 시업 포지션이 드디어 나왔네요. 드디어 나와서 지금 잠시 반등 중이긴 한데요. 저희가 아무래도 실전 매매다 보니까 이제는 좀 이런 쪽 집중하다 보니까 자꾸 이상하고 부담당당 하다 보니까 방송이 늦었네요. 그런 부분 잠시 말씀드리고요. 오늘 일정 잠시 말씀드리면 4분 남았네요. 좀 중요한 거에 들어가는데요. 22시 55분에 미국 존슨 레드부 소매 판매 지수 이전 2.7%였고요. 23시 45분에 미국 2월 S&P 글로벌 서비스 PMI 이전 52.3이었고요. 예상은 조금 올라가서 52.4를 예상합니다. 그 다음 동봉시에 미국 2월 좀 중요하죠. ISM 서비스 PMI 이전 53.4 조금 줄어들 것으로 예상 53입니다. 같은 시간에 미국 1월 제조업 수준 이전 0.2 예상은 마이너스 2.9 좀 안 좋아서 합니다. 자, 2시에 인간 지표도 있고요. 연준파 부의자 드립하고요. 표본을 갖고 있습니다. 예상돼 있고요. 국제뉴스는 중국의 경제 성장률을 바꿨어요. 5% 내외로 설정을 했고요. 암호화폐 잊어버리겠습니다, 진짜. BTC 현물 ETF 거래량에 55억 달러를 넘었습니다. 블랙록 아이비트만 24억이에요. 어마어마합니다. 에너지는 유가 중국 경제개혁 실망에 하락세입니다. 하락세고요. 지금 현재 나스닥 잠시 똑같은 자리인데요. 사실은 하락 지점에서 약간 하락 곡선 보이고 있고요. 달러도 마찬가지. 10년물 채권, 2년물 채권 조금 하방 곡선 보이고 있고 온리 비트코인만 올라가고 있어요. 오늘도 사상 최고가 달성했고요. 이런 현재는 오늘 이런 상황이고요. 여기서 조금씩 견라지는 상황들을 또 보면서 리스님이랑 오늘도 좀 늦게 시작했고 청취자 여러분들에게 죄송하지만 재밌는 방송, 이익한 방송 해드리기 위해서 최대한 노력해드리고 그랬습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 그리고 여러분 지금 발표 2분 전이고요. 1분 전이다 보니까 좀 포지션을 좀 생각해봐야 되지 않을까 싶어요. 주원 씨 어떻게 생각하는지 잘 모르겠는데 일단 제가 제 감으로만 봤을 때 오늘은 근 그림은 매도고 어, 매도고 그리고 지금 뭐 발표 후에 어떻게 결과는 어떨지는 잘 모르겠는데 일단 좀 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 일단 지금 1분 전이고요. 아, 존 씨, 지금 들어갈까요? 좀 이따가 들어갈까요? 어떻게 생각하세요?
투자는 본인의 책임입니다.
네. 근데 돈은 담보금에 있는 돈은 우리가 같이 넣었잖아요. 그러니까 이건 제가 혼자 결정할 수
아,
있는 거 아니에요.
미스님 믿습니다. 저는 미스님의 감각을 믿습니다. 오늘은 정치자들로부터 미스님의 감각으로 시작하면 왜냐면 지금 많이 내려왔어요. 많이 내려왔는데 뭐 그게 그저 올라간 거 내려온 게 아닌데 뭐 여기서 미스님이 큰 그림으로 매도라고 말하면서 저 사실 놀랐습니다. 이제 크게 보는 시간에 매매도 보고 있고 짧은 시간에 매매도 보고 있고 대단히 진짜 발전했네요. 진짜 대단히 발전했습니다. 저는 미스님의 감각을 믿으니 언제든지 퍼주시기 바라고요. 저는 무조건 믿고 가겠습니다. 걱정하지 마십시오.
왠지 약간 매기는 느낌인데, 참 기분이 이상해요. 이상해요. 잘, 아무튼 네. 알겠습니다. 지금 55분이군. 55분인데 뭐 별 반응이 없네요. 생각해보니까. 발표가 차분하게 넘어갔습니다. 뭐 지금 타이밍이 아니었을까요? 네, 조금 더 기다리면서 뭐 아무튼 여러분 이번엔 발표가 별 화력이 없는 것 같아요. 그러니까 우리가 조금 더
스님 있죠. 지금 팔로디스가 다시 하락으로 돌아가고 있고요. 원두도 다시 내려가고 있고 이념물 채권공도 내려가고 신념물 채권도 내려가고 이러면 사실은 주식이 좀 올라갈 수 있죠. 그러나 매도님의 느낌이 맞는 것 같은 느낌? 인정하고 싶지 않지만 맞는 것 같은 느낌?
아니요, 왜? 매도 맞아요. 매도로 가야죠. 이제 좀 가격이 좀 떨어져야 되죠. 아니면 진짜 큰일 나요. 그리고 지금 다른 업체 주식 관대 보니까 거의 다 빨간색이네요. 참. 테슬라도 많이 떨어졌네. 지금 테슬라 마이너스 7.16% 계속 벌어지고 있습니다. 아무튼 그런 거예요. 네, 그럼 여러분 우리가 일단은 타이밍을 좀 기다려야 될 거.
네. 일단 죄송한데 말씀 전에 발표가 나오면 말씀을 드려야 되니까 이전 2.7%인데 또 올라서 나왔어요. 선행 판매 지수가 3.1% 나왔어요. 이렇게 되면 또 올랐다는 얘기인데 좋지 않은 얘기인데요. 좋지 않은 것 같아요. 일단은 시장이 어떻게 받아들일지 궁금하네요.
네, 좀 더 보고 분석해야 될 것 같습니다. 지금 사실 장시장 딱 30분 전이고요. 그때까지 아마 계속 떨어질 것 같습니다. 지금도 보세요. 지금도 계속 떨어지고 있어요. 아무튼 우리가 일단 타이밍을 잡는 동안 제가 음악 소리 좀 키워보겠습니다. 우리가 리듬 타면서 타이밍을 좀 봅시다. 네, 영희영 씨, 네, 안녕하세요. 오늘도 같이 나왔습니다. 참 보기가 좋네요. 여러분 아시죠? 좋아요 눌러주시면 제가 진짜 감사할 거고, 그리고 구독, 그리고 알람 설정하시면 참 좋을 것 같습니다. 그럼 우리가 라이브 나오면서 그 시장 일정 같은 거 시장 사는데 이렇게 다 알려주기 때문에 바로 볼 수 있으니까 네. 알람을 설정하시면 바로 볼 수 있습니다. 여러분 지금 갑자기 확 벌어지고 있네요. 영인영 씨 진짜 좋은 말씀
24/7 synthwave
계속
with all your favorite artists.
해주시고
What's up? This is Miami Nights 1984.
다른 사람한테
This is FM84.
Hey everyone, this is Arcade High.
I'm Alex, aka Highway Superstar.
This is Night Ride FM.
영인영 씨 이거 특별하게 보내드릴게요. 네, 감사합니다. 이런 스티커를 보내드립니다.
네, 감사합니다. 용형님 진심으로 감사드리고요. 예스님 그 전에 테슬라가 엄청 올라갈 때도 배경도 올라갔다 했었잖아요. 근데 지금 저는 사실 이 AI, 엔비디아나 얘 걱정이 많이 돼요. 이 모든 게 이거 지금 우리 거에 이 잔을 끌고 있는데 이게 무너지면 어떠한 분파가 올지 진짜 궁금하네요.
네, 참 예측할 수 없네요. 역시 참 무섭네요. 항상 제가 항상 얘기하듯이 시장이 주식되는 자체가 좀 무섭고 엄청 위험하다 보니까 항상 조심해야겠죠. 러스코 당당하게 항상 조심해야 되겠죠.
이스님, 장시작 25분 전인데요. 잠시 하락하던 거를 잠시 스톱을 하고 가는데, 잠시 저희도 장시작 전에 경건한 마음으로 잠시 휴식을 취하고 kit타임 가지고 약 10분 후에 정치자분들과 좋은 곳을 만나뵐 수 있도록 하는 건 어떨까요?
네, 좋습니다. 그럼 여러분 우리가 조금 있다가 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 잠시만 기다려주세요.
And despite the fact that the debt relative to GDP was at historic highs, our debt service payments were at historic lows. So during that time period of low interest rates, it was fine. Today, it's not so fine. Interest rates have gone up significantly. Borrowing costs for the US government have risen significantly. Now, with the presidential election and a higher borrowing to
있으님 아직은 잠시다. 8분 전 긴장감이 고조되는데요. 물론 오늘 예정돼 있는 이따가 1월 제조업소 쓰더라 있는데 저는 내일 연준이자의 발표가 어마어마한 파급력을 일으킬 거라고 생각합니다. 정말 말도 안 되는 이상 10%가 나올 수도 있고요. 아니면 이제부터 반 이름이 나올 수 있을 거예요. 정말 헷갈리는 상황인데요. 그럴 때일수록 청취자 여러분들 우리는 어떻게 해야 되죠? 현명하게 결정해야 되죠. 그러니 저희도 부족한 부분들 하나하나 준비하면서 공부를 하도록 하고요. 약간 속단을 말씀드리면 조금 전에 23시에 모인에서 US 스페이스로부터 4.3%를 계약수를 했다고 하네요. 모인이. 다음에 스쿼시 포인트 진로우와 분매도 리포트 발행했고요. 22:34분에 알리페이가 카카오페이 지분을 200원씩 매각했다네요. 8,500만 달러. 카카오페이 안도 카카오 배송 안 됐네요. 또 뭐 이런 레이스들이 있고요. 지금은 글쎄요. 10년 채권 다 아래로 내려갈 수 있는 일단들은 운동은 부쩍인데 글쎄요. 일단은 사상 체험 발굴은 원두가 일단 조정하고 어떻게 올라갔는지 비트코인이 여기서부터 어떻게 될려는지 정말 머리 아픈데요. 저는 사실 진짜 지금은 솔직한 경제상을 이해를 못하고 있는 사람 중에 하나입니다. 솔직히 우리가 이해가 좀 안 돼요. 반대 말씀드리면. 왜냐면 금리는 어마어마한 문제 고금리 있고요. 다른 나라도 어마어마한 다들 적자와 하다보고 있고 또 잠재적 금리가 상업용 오피스에 지금 부실이 있고 네 안녕하세요 파주님 원고예요. 역시 원고 장 전에 시작하는 것도 하시네요. 감사합니다. 항상 감사드립니다. 부장님 미스님 제가 말이 좀 꼬였었는데요. 지금 일단 우리 청취자분들이 이제부터는 조금씩 더 좋게 우리에게 저희가 기대가 있으니까 이제부터 조금 더 공부들을 더 열심히 해서 파이팅해서 하는 걸로 그렇게 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네. 기다리고 있는 상태고 아마 시장 열고 나서 조금 기다리고 들어가지 않을까 싶습니다.
그렇게 한 이유는 있으니 혹시 저희 월 내부 보는 건 맞잖아요. 그런 것 같고요. 잠시 잘 시각하고 혹시 봤을 때 그걸 잡고 싶어서 한번 이야기를 해봤습니다.
되게 좋은 전략입니다. 감사합니다. 하고 나서 11시 45분에 합동 TMI 발표가 있다는 거. 지금 확인하는 정보가 46% 떨어지고 그래서 오픈되면서 점점 올라가고 있는데 여기까지 올라가면 우리가 새로운 약속되겠죠? 제발 오늘 좀 승부를 봅시다. 성공해야 되는데 아직까지는 러스코 타는 건 마음이 아파서 아직 멘탈이 회복 못했습니다. 여러분 1분 전이고 더욱 긴장되네요. 곧 시작할 테니까 딱 기다려주세요. 네, 가지노님 우리도 너무 고맙습니다.
잠시만 1분 전이고요. 어떻게 될지 오늘도 기대되는데 일단 1분분 기준으로 양분이 살짝 올라왔는데요. 과연 어떻게 될까요? 진짜 긴장감 보답니다. 긴장감. 준비하시고요. 여러분들 오늘도 달려보시죠.
네, 여러분 파이팅! 스티커를 좀 보낼 테니까 벌써 시작했네요. 바로 떨어지네? 어허라 바로 떨어지고 있는데?
시작하면서 잠시 여러분들 아직 모르겠어요. 여러분들 아직 모르겠고 아까 있었던 운동이 강하게 한국분이 좀 붙긴 붙었는데 글쎄요. 좀 더 지켜보시죠.
네, 조금 더 지켜봐야 되겠습니다.
The actual market capitalization of this cryptocurrency has hit 1.35 trillion. So we are looking at a momentum here in the crypto narrative and the risk-on narrative. Yields are coming down this morning. This is a post-Bostic retracement as Raphael Bostic floated the idea of one and done in the third quarter in terms of rate cuts. The market is coming back again, down by 6 basis points. And gold actually makes an all-time record high. That is just worth noting. It's rallied by $100 in the past 5 sessions.
이상하게 오늘따라 롤러코스터 별로 없는 것 같은데요. 계속 떨어지고 있네. 원래가
니스님, 니스님 12시 동안 좀 기다려봐야 될 것 같아요. 좀 보시죠. 좀 기다려보시죠.
네, 일단 11시 45분까지 기다려야 되겠고, 왜냐면 그때 발표가 있다 보니까 그 이후로도 12시에 발표 있으니까 그때 좀 변동성이 많지 않을까 싶습니다. 뭐 일단은 계속 떨어지고 있는데 우리가 예상대로 올라가지 않았네. 우리 계약이 아무튼 못 잡았습니다.
자, 됐으면 잠시 기다려보죠. 잠시 음악도 정치자분들 들려드리면서요. 잠시 기다려보시죠.
네, 여러분 조금도 막 키우고 리듬 타면서 일단 지켜봅시다.
네, 카베노님 맞습니다. 눈치를 좀 봐야 되는 상황이 맞습니다. 정확히 지적하셨고요. 조금 기다려보겠습니다. 저희도.
Okay, well, they're certainly flying high this morning. Abby, thank you very much. Let's turn our attention back to tech. We'll talk about it this morning. iPhone sales in China are falling 24% in the first 6 weeks of the year. And that drags the Apple stock lower again. And it's a 1-2 punch for Apple this week between fines in the European Union and the pressure in China. Where is that pressure in China coming from?
Domestic handset makers and also an economy that seems to be showing more signs
어떻게 계속 떨어지고 있네. 물론 가격 떨어지는 거에 대해서 되게 좋게 생각하고 있는데 근데 왜 하필 우리가 못 잡았을까? 이거에 대해서 조금 후회가 되네요. 타이밍이 좀 괜찮았는데 하참
Huawei saw its sales grow 64% in that same 6-week period relative to a year ago. And so what you're seeing is shifting dynamics in market share. Apple now holds less than 16% of market share in the smartphone market in China, whereas Huawei, given the growth they saw at the start of the year, now has more than 16% of market share. And the reason that I also bring up the strength of the economy is that overall handset sales shrunk, right? You look at all the different names, some grew, the majority saw shrinking sales the first 6 weeks. The stock's down 2%, we're trading at our lowest level since October. Interestingly, this is one data point, right? It's the most read story on the Bloomberg terminal, most read story on .com. But the other narrative that's out there is just growing disappointment about a lack of an AI story. Tim Cook promised at the AGM February 28th that the AI story is coming. But a part of this, if you look at the comments from the sell side and other strategists, is they look at Samsung, which has talked so publicly about the generative AI capabilities of its latest handset, and they recognize the traction Samsung's getting with that. And they're basically pleading with Apple to say, give us something equivalent that they've not yet done. But yeah, stock down 2%, lowest level since October. And in China, which is of course Greater China, around a quarter of revenue, this is a really big problem.
Yeah, and those analysts really are taking against the stock at the moment. Yesterday it was being removed from Evercore's tactical list, and the list goes on. And thank you very much. Great context around Apple's push lower this morning. Tesla, the same story here. We've got extending declines. This as China's shipments fall to the lowest level in more than a year. Isabel Lee is with us. Isabel, I suppose the debate will rage here as to what pressure Tesla is under to perhaps move out of Mag 7 to turn into the famous 5. Good morning.
Good morning. That's exactly right. And in China, it's proving to be a tougher narrative for Tesla. So it did sink to its lowest in more than a year. But that's because of a sales low due to the lunar holiday. And of course, when you're
타이밍을 못 잡았습니다.
China is the world's biggest EV market, and shares are now down around 2.5%. Tesla shipped 60,365 vehicles from their China factory in February. That's the lowest since December 2022. That's a 16% drop month on month and 19% year on year. But this isn't really such a big cause of alarm because during holidays, especially the Lunar New Year holiday, which is the biggest holiday in China, millions go off to visit their friends and family, sales are generally lower. And as we know, China's EV market is slowly slowing, which is why Tesla, in a bid to compete with its rivals, have been offering numerous strategies. This includes discounts on some paint colors and also offering subsidized insurance to really compete in the local market. And this is where things get tricky. We have price cuts by major manufacturers. So this is again in a bid to boost sales, prompting some customers to hold back on purchases. And that's according to China's Passenger Car Association. So something to think about there, Manus. It's kind of like a cycle. You wait for a discount, but then you don't buy because you hope that it'll grow, the prices will become lower. So definitely something to think about. For now, shares of Tesla are down 25% year to date.
Isabel, thank you very much. And it's like everybody out there waiting to jump into the property market. It might not do you.
드론 씨, 참 아가리 됐습니다. 아, 매도 맞다고 얘기했잖아요. 참나. 아이,
죄송스럽습니다.
At least without a license from the Commerce Department, it's a tough old one to sell, isn't it, Simone, to the Commerce Department?
Yeah, and it's been a tough path to navigate for AMD, as it has been with the likes of NVIDIA, as well as they try and get around that 2022 ban on selling their best AI chips to China. So, sources telling Bloomberg, who was first to report this news, that AMD was looking to launch a version of its MI300 flagship chip called the MI309 that would have been compliant with these bans in China. But apparently, Commerce Department now thinks that even this chip has too much juice. This mirrors what we've seen with NVIDIA, for example, which went out to the market with what it thought was a compliant chip. Then the Commerce Department said, actually, that's a little bit too exciting for us. They tried to further restrict that, and they continued to face questions about whether the Commerce Department will allow them. The good news for AMD is that it's never really been quite as exposed to China as its competitor NVIDIA. And Bloomberg Intelligence writing this morning in a quick reaction, this isn't likely to impact near-term sales estimate for AMD or its 3.5 billion AI GPU outlook for 2024 because its main buyers are in North America. That's
과연 지금 올라갈 가능성이 있지 않을까 싶어요. 근데 사실 잘 모르겠네요. 아마 조금 올라가면서 또 떨어지지 않을까? 저 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
교수님 말씀이 맞고요. 지금 이렇게 매도세 내려오면 사람들의 마지막은 다시 올라가겠지 그런 심리감에 있는 매수세가 부족하게 돼 있어요. 거기서 그걸 만약에 못 올렸을 때는 어떤 터미널이 없으면 당연히 내려가죠. 그때 들어가는 타이밍도 전격 좀 맞습니까? 한번 가보시죠. 미스님, 한 10분만 정도 지켜볼까요? 그거 하나 못 들었을 때 들어가고요. 왜냐면 지금 너무 그 시기의 느낌이 강합니다.
네, 그렇게 하시죠.
some of their mortgage payments. So the good news for the U.S. economy, however, is that 80% of the consumers that are well balanced, they tend to have mortgages that are funded at a very low rate and they're locked in. And that's one of the reasons also why the housing market has been fairly stable, because there hasn't really been that much turnover, and the wealth effect for that part of the consumer is still, pretty robust.
I just wonder when I look at the length of gains and runs higher that we've had, 16 of the last 18 weeks we've seen these markets, US equity markets run higher. We haven't seen that since 1971. Is it too late to go for breadth? You advocate in this soft landing scenario that you want to go for small caps, value stocks, etc., real estate. It's never going to be too late. You either participate in this market with a medium to longer term view, but I just wonder, it is so breathlessly high at the moment. Are you waiting before you deploy? Are you incrementally joining in those sectors?
Yeah, we always advocate always look at the long-term horizon and think about, what would be, your long-term strategy, and not necessarily try to find that timing where you can actually get in or get out. In fact, we try to always advocate our clients to just try to find pockets of volatility where they can use to rebalance their strategies and get them closer to their long-term objectives. Now, one of the points that you made, which is clear, is that we have seen a significant amount of rally since the low in October of last year, and it's been roughly 25 to 26% of market rally since then. Now, if you recall, a majority of the gains in last year in 2023, and also the majority of the gains this year, have been heavily concentrated in a lot of those top 10 names in each one of these market indices. So in many cases, what that does is it opens the opportunity for other companies that actually catch up and contribute more, and that breadth of potential contribution is something that we all expected to at some point change. What is important right now is that outside of the headlines of those indices that are heavily driven by a few names, it is to actually find the opportunities when valuations still look attractive and then can potentially bring you opportunities for investing.
sports team that can perform at the best, but also talking a lot about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities in the on. It's very important to have a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
오늘 민스님 축하. 역시 과감한 매도 포지션 대단하십니다. 축하드려요, 민스님. 근데 이게 우리 동업인데 왜 제가 부럽죠? 이상하게 기분 뭐죠?
아, 우리가 지금 둘 다 수익 보는 거예요. 무슨 말씀이세요?
네네네, 그렇군요. 믿겠습니다. 가질 수 있고 는 거 또 나중에 뭐 딴말하시면 안 됩니다.
New data revealing that iPhone sales have fallen by 24% in the first 6 weeks of the year. It's a similar story for another market down in Tesla. That's what we've been saying. China vehicle shipments plunging to the lowest level in over a year. Tim Coverage, deeper dive, Ed Ludlow, and Craig Trudell join me now. Ed, if we've already talked about the fines that have been levied against Apple and about the drop in sales inside China, does this put more pressure on Cook to diversify the demand cycle into India and other emerging markets at lower price points away from China?
Well, it's an interesting argument because if you look at the data, overall China's handset market, smartphone markets sank. And those that did better, you could say, okay, well, Huawei had an enormous jump in market share. It is more competitively priced than an iPhone handset. But some of the more budget names also had very modest growth or saw a sales decline. Tim Cook and Apple have always talked about India as the kind of sleeping giant, growing middle class. I remember 10 years ago being in London with you, we were talking about this idea of a growing middle class in India being a sleeping giant. 10 years on, it hasn't really come to fruition, but you see Apple investing in physical stores in India, developing its online marketplace. The story with Apple is kind of idiosyncratic in the sense that they're facing three threats, right? The domestic pressure from those handset makers, a difficult economic environment in China, but also the downward pressure on the stock right now very much relating to a lack of story in AI. That really seems to be the anxiety of the street.
Let's see whether they manage to turn that around and more pressure. Good to see you. So here we are with Tesla. We know the incremental lashing that Tesla has had. Nancy Tengler was with the Bloomberg Brief team this morning, myself and Danny, and she said, we are misunderstanding what the depth of value is within Tesla. And that is, it is about the batteries, it's about the plants, and
지금 차트 보니까 조금 올라가는데 근데 왼쪽 더 떨어질 것 같은데 일단은 이 포지션을 좀 유지해야 될 것 같습니다. 와, 여러분 지금 보십시오. 지금 다들 일단
과감하시네요. 과감하셔. 나가리 들어오잖아. 나가리.
제가 얘기하고 싶은 건 지금 차트 보니까 차트 안 말고 여기 지금 다른 업체 봤을 때 지금 완전 다 빨간색이네요. 엔비디아도 원래 되게 높은 가격에 높은 퍼센테이지로 있었는데 지금 0.29% 지금 떨어지고 있습니다. 야, 참 지금 무슨 일일까요? 지금 주식 상태가 다 나가리 되고 있습니다. 테슬라도 그렇고 테슬라 지금 마이너스 2.77% 떨어지고 있습니다. 저 이제 좀 떨어져야죠.
Self-driving development that Musk has talked a lot about being the sort of long-term driver for Tesla.
승인. 어차피 주사위는 던져줬고 저걸 한번 기다려볼까요? 그럼 잠시 또 발표 8분 전인데요. 3분간 무식무식하고 다시 또 청취자분들 말씀 또 전해드리죠.
네, 좋습니다. 그럼 시청자 여러분, 우리가 발본 있다가 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 잠시만 기다려주세요.
나스닥이 급락을 하고 있는 상황에서요. 급락을 하는 상황에서 비트코인은 힘들하고 있어요. 이런 그래도 이런 현상이 있었거든요. 퍼판이 됐어요. 나스닥이 떨어지며 올라가고 또 어쩔 때는 퍼플이 돼서 나스닥이 떨어지고 또 다시 떨어지고 있는데 지금 전체적인 지금 보시면 여러분들 S&P 500 기준으로 5% 마이너스 2.4% 정도 선생님이 설명하셨던 것처럼 애플의 하락폭이 마이너스 2.74%예요. 오늘 마이너스 1.0%. 그래서 교수님은 매도 포지션 정확하게 들어서 보시고 계시죠. 그 상황인데 지금 비트코인은 피처스 기준으로 6만 기준으로 68,800달러로 좀 올라가고 있어요. 거의 상승세가 어마어마한데요. 근데 저는 이걸 도저히 이거는 여러분들 부업은 경계해야 됩니다. 부업은 경계해야 돼요. 진짜 부업은 경계해야 되는데 지금 이거는 모든 청취자 여러분들의 부업은 일으킬 수밖에 없는 그림을 만들어내고 있어요. 지금 진짜로요. 개인적인 저의 의견은 조심하면서 투자를 하면서 조심해도 될까 말까. 무슨 급하게
네, 존씨 제가 얘기하려고 했는데
죄송합니다.
네, 제가 얘기하려고 했는데 우리가 지금 나가리 되고 있습니다. 봐줘. 참나. 아니 왜 말이 왜 이렇게 많아요 진짜. 아니 일단 다들 지금 주식 상황이 다들 다 밝게지고 있어가지고 엄청 무서운 상황이고 우리가 지금 나가리 되고 있습니다. 지금 계속 올라가고 있는데 뭐 발표 때문이겠죠? 그렇죠? 여기 12시에 발표가 있었는데 참 이제 어떻게 해야 되는지는 뭐 어떻게 이제 좀 소습해야 되죠. 그쵸, 주원 씨? 물론 제가 들어가긴 했는데.
교수님, 아주 항상 말씀드리면 훌륭한 쓰시죠. 그냥 수습하면 되죠. 더 크게 먹어야죠. 한방 인생 한 방이도 인생 한 방이도 가는 거죠. 자, 문제가 12시에 발표됐던 미국 2월 ISM 서비스 PMI가 예상보다 낮게 나왔어요. 낮게 나왔다는 거는 좋다는 얘기예요. 그 다음에 미국 1월 제조업 수준은 예상보다 높게 나왔어요. 그거는 더 간단히 말해서 저는 제가 솔직히 애매하거든요. 저는 다시 떨어질 것 같은데 우리가 얼마나 한 계약이든 두 계약이든 더 한번 태워서 가는 거 좀 기다려 보시고 과연 여기서 나스닥이 반전을 할까? 글쎄요. 저는 아직은 좀 지켜봐야 되는 상황이고요. 그만하는 동시에 비트코인 6만 9천 돌파하고 있습니다. 자, 포가가 일으키고 있는 나스닥 포머를 일으키고 있는데요. 과연 이 민간의 탐욕 지수를 미치게 만드는 이 전 세계 파생 상품 시장 차이 과연 결론이 어떻게 될지 진짜 궁금한데 여러분들 이럴 때는 조금이라도 안전하게 가지는 게 좋습니다. 항상 그 말씀 드리고 싶고요. 자, 저희도 조금 지금 나가리 되고 있으니까 사태 수습해야 되니까요. 조금 더 지켜보면서 다시 또 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시만요.
in a deflationary momentum, and I expect that will persist over the next year.
Right now, the S&P 500, 1920 points lower. It's down 0.4%. We're at 5111 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 128 points lower. That's down 0.3%. And the Nasdaq 100 right now down 189 points. That's a decline of 1%. The 2-year yield 6 basis points lower at 453. The benchmark, the 10-year, that's down just about 10 basis points. We are at 411. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash Bailey and Paul.
Thank you so much. We appreciate
참,
that. Bailey Lipschultz sitting in for Alex.
슬픈
Alex
상황이네요.
she is on assignment today. Bailey Lipschultz
Calling
in
the
a couple hours.
bullpen, yeah,
Yes.
just for 2 hours though, so it'll be
That's
quick.
right, bringing in the young right-hander from the bullpen. We are here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so you can head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. That's the best way to do it. Tom Keene has been adamant about trying to make it easier for folks to find the Bloomberg programming on YouTube, and Bloomberg Podcast is a search item. That'll get you there. Had some ISM data come in today. Services side, a little bit weaker than expected, although the new orders were higher. Let's break it down with Anthony Nieves, chair of ISM Services Committee, joining us via Zoom from Los Angeles. So, Anthony, I'm looking at the ISM Services data come in a little bit lower than last period, a little bit below expectations.
오케이, 지금 조금 떨어지고 있는데 제발 정도 많이 지하로 안정가 수면가 내려갔으면 좋겠습니다. 진짜. 오케이, 오케이. 기다려봅시다.
필승님, 달러가 지금 급격하게 떨어졌고요. 달러가 급격하게 떨어졌고 비트코인 제 말 맞죠? 6만 9천 돌파하자마자 1,000불 이상짜리 1,000불짜리 지금 빔을 맞고 있어요. 제 말 맞죠? 청취자 여러분들 항상 조심하셔야 됩니다. 왜냐하면 누군가가 이득을 볼 수 없는 게 저희 자본시장이잖아요. 근데 기차가 올라가지 말합니다. 뭐 의사가 말 겁니까? 그건 말이 안 되고요. 점집간 조정과 모든 게 필요한 게 경제시장이고요. 지금 비트코인 제가 말씀드렸던 6만 9천 불을 넘긴 6만 9,200불 넘기자마자 지금 6만 7,500으로 떨어지고 있습니다. 바닥 하락을 맞고 있고요. 그 상황에서 미국 나스닥도 나스닥은 커져 보여요. 그 다음에 신건물채 금리, 2년물채 금리 떨어지고 있고요. 골드 그대로 상승 복사. 그 다음에 달러도 안 좋은데 달러도 떨어지고 있어요. 이걸 어떻게 해석해야 될까요? 달러가 안 좋은 자산인가요, 미스님?
뭐 저야 모르죠. 이거 제가 조한 씨한테 물어보고 싶었는데요. 어떻게?
아니 미스님 달러 있으면 좋으시잖아요. 달러 있으면 전 세계 다닐 수 있으시잖아요.
뭐 그쵸, 그렇겠죠.
안전한 자산이죠. 근데 그 안전 자산이 떨어진다는 거 사람들이 안전한 것보다 투자하고 싶다는 얘기인데, 그리고 미국의 채권은 당연히 좋죠. 그쵸, 안전한 나라죠. 근데 그게 떨어진다 그러면 당연히 비안전 자산이 올라가야 되는데 비트코인이 지금 맞았단 말이죠. 근데 지금 급격한 포로에 있는 투자자들이 엄청나게 지금 아직도 지금 매수세가 붙어있어요. 제가 봤을 때는. 그래서 저걸 말아올리고 있습니다. 지금 말아올리고 있어요. 근데 저는 이 비트코인이 어쩌면 우리 한동안 우리의 나스닥 쪽에도 이게 될 수도 있습니다. 지금 다시 매도로 들어오면서 이 어마어마한 또 수익을 보고 있는데요. 잠깐 근데 저는 왜 이렇게 머리가 아프죠? 갑자기 다른 차트를 보고 있는데 머리가 아프네요. 네, 뉴스님 잠깐만요. 저 잠깐 세수좀 하고 올게요, 뉴스님. 잠시만요.
네, 좋아요. 근데 역시 좀 제가 좋은 선택을 하지 않을까 싶은데요. 오케이, 다행히 지금 떨어지고 있는데, 근데 이제야 좀 다시 좀 불안하긴 해요. 왜냐면 좀 나가야 되지 않을까 싶어요. 지금 애매한 상황인데 또 올라가고 있는데 좀 빠져나가야 되는데 아니면 조금 더 기다려볼까 고민이 되네요. 일단은 기싸움을 지금 하고 있는데 좀 나가야 되지 않을까요 싶네요. 아니면 조금 더 기다려볼까? 고민되네. 오케이, 더 떨어지고 있어요. 오케이.
Wholesale trade, because this sector is so reliant on the intermodal as well as the the distribution channel, so it tells me what kind of activity. So looking at the leading indicator of new orders and everything else, and to your point earlier.
오케이, 역시 나스닥이 이제 떨어져야 되죠. 떨어져야 돼서 오케이, 조금 더 기다리면서 빠져나가야 될 것 같습니다.
Appreciate getting your thoughts here. Anthony Nieves, he's the chair for ISM Services Business Committee, joining us from Los Angeles via Zoom. And again, the ISM Services Index came in at 52.6.
네, 일단은 조금 더 떨어지면서 빠져나가고 나중에 다시 기회가 있으면 다시 들어가는 걸로.
It's pointed out it's higher than the 12-month trailing average of 52.4.
오케이. 빨간색만 보이면 바로 나가게 될 거예요. 와, 여러분 40만 원, 거의 50만 원으로 넘어가고 있습니다. 제가 오늘따라 감이 괜찮네요.
Let's check in with Nora Melinda. She covers the equity markets for Bloomberg News. She is a proud graduate of the University of Virginia, and boy, did my Dukies put the hurting on UVA.
Oh no.
오케이, 일단 여러분 나갔습니다. 나가고 지금 30분 36만 원 먹었습니다. 참 괜찮지 않을까요? 아무튼 조금 더 보면서 타이밍을 좀 더 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 잠시만 리듬 타면서 기다려봅시다.
over the first 6 weeks of this year. And as we think about the iPhone, some people are saying maybe it's a little bit outdated. It's been a product that's been around for a while, but it really isn't seeing that pickup in China that we really want to see here.
We'll talk to Anurag Rana from Bloomberg Intelligence a little bit later this half hour and get a breakdown there. But the challenges there are A, the economy is weaker than expected. We get some more data on that about the Chinese economy and the consumer. B, I guess is things that we'll be looking at here in the Apple space, but as you mentioned, I am looking at a smaller tech name here. That's GitLab. Those shares are down as much as 20%. Now, looking for some size and stability, and it actually isn't that dramatic. It seems as though this company has been falling for quite a few days, but this is a San Francisco-based software solutions company. Again, full year forecast that was weaker than expected. Analysts are saying that the outlook overshadowed by the rise strong results. We had it over at RBC saying that while we expect a little bit Today, I want to ask you about just kind of where we are in the new issue market. What's the chatter here? What are we waiting for? We got something this week, I mean, or
We're expecting Reddit probably early next week. We did see them set the price range. Bloomberg matched the report from the Journal that they were targeting an upside of that marketed range at $6.5 billion, though they haven't formally set that price range. That's what we're expecting in the week ahead. But a lot of cautious optimism really all over the air at this point about new issue market coming back. But we are seeing a number of block trades like convertible bonds being launched as well as secondary offerings. So underlying fundamentals are strong. It's just a kind of question around.
So Reddit's the big one. Are there any other ones out there that are going to be
Astera Labs is another one. They're tied to AI machine learning space. So that's another exciting one that kind of can capture the imagination. It's really just kind of an expectation around will Klarna go and just look at the second Stripe, Databricks,
Absolutely. I'm looking at the Russell 2000, up about 2% year to date, lagging the S&P 500 again, up about 7 or 8% here. So the small cap's not quite keeping up with the broader market here, and that's one of the signs that you'd like to see for broadening out of this market.
Last night I had a vision, a dark vision. Last night I had a vision. Please give me my pills back, my drugs back, to destroy visions. I need social life, a digital life, a full simulation. To destroy visions. Memo dreams are human union. In this world of illusion, holograms and diagrams and mind distortion, modern gods with no education. Declared war on civilization. Please give me my pills back, my drugs back, to destroy visions. I need social life, a digital life, a full simulation. To destroy visions. In this world of destruction, fake knowledge and mind confusion. Oh, Hollywood stimulations. Tell me how to destroy these visions. Last night I had a vision, a dark vision. Please give me my pills back, my drugs back, to destroy visions. I need social life, a digital life, a full simulation. To destroy visions. To destroy visions. No more dreams. Like nightmares or human union. Clouds make up the flame, and I'm not the only one.
That is Bloomberg Business
Generations.
Bailey and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Bailey Lipschultz sitting in for Alex Steele. Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. So go to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast. Apple, down about 2.8% today, about 11.5% year to date. The news today, Apple's iPhone was in China deep a 24% sales plunge. Let's break it down with Anurag Rana. He's a senior technology analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via Zoom. Anurag, what's causing this decline in the early part of 2024 in iPhone sales for Apple in China? Is it market share loss? Is it contraction in the market?
Greg, I look at the news. There's no more Apple Car. There's tepid reception. What actually drives these guys? What drives sales in the next
청취자 여러분들, 정말 기스님의 저 살아있는 촉을 무시할 수 없습니다. 강력한 매도 내려왔고요. 나스닥 기준 1.5% 하락 중이고요. 저희는 물론 매도로 입장을 했습니다. 나스닥 17,969 떨어지고 있고요. 달러 인덱스 103.66에 떨어지고 있고요. 오늘 떨어지고 있습니다. 비트코인 제가 말씀드렸다시피 최고점 찍은 데서 약 한 2,000불 정도 조정 지금 받고 있고요. 그다음에 골드 살짝 떨어졌고요. 10년물 채권금리, 2년물 채권금리 떨어지면서 살짝 반등을 하고 있지만 아직은 모르겠어요. 마이크로소프트 낙폭도 늘어나고 있고요. 애플 낙폭 늘어나고 있습니다. 오늘은 진격의 엔비디아, 진격의 엔비디아도 오늘은 마이너스예요. 마이너스 1.12%. 차익내용을 지었는지 뭐 전체적으로 그건 모르겠어요. 근데 지금 나스닥 떨어지는 두 가지죠. 애플과 엔비디아가 동시에 떨어진다. 그럼 죽는 거죠. 그럼 죽는 거예요. 간단히 말씀드리면. 그리고 테슬라 낙폭 마이너스 4.84%, 아마존 마이너스 1.4%, 구글 마이너스 1.63%, 메타 또 낙폭 크고요. 이런 상황입니다. 치료사는 ISM 서비스, 애플 중국 내 아이폰 판매량 24% 감소했고요. 테슬라 기가벨린 인도화재로 생산 중단됐고요. 소파이 전환 사채 마련했습니다. 나머지 부분들은 뭐 여러 가지를 계속 좀 지켜봐야 되는데요. 네, 여기서는 인간지표, 우리도시의 연준 파 부의장과 어쩌면 또 내일 파월 연선 앞두고 미리 차익 완전으로 좀 잠시 나가는 걸 수도 있어요. 하지만 우린 또 우리 뉴스입니다. 오늘 또 돈을 또 열심히 벌어야 되니까 좀 많이 벌어놨죠. 그렇기 때문에 또 저희는 지금부터는 좀 실전 매매에 또 돌입해서 집중하는 걸로 하겠습니다. 오늘 청취자 여러분들 정말 감사드리고요. 유익한 정보 더 드리도록 마련하겠습니다. 항상 좋아요, 구독 부탁드립니다. 저는 오늘 먼저 인사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 오늘도 같이 방송했으니까 감사하고 돈전재근 씨, 하진원님, 영희 형님 그리고 다들
And we also think that Macy's
시청자분들한테
shareholders,
감사하는
in that statement,
드리고 싶은데
Macy's executives are telling shareholders they don't need to do anything right now.
계속 매매를
Our view
하면서
is
뭐
that
물론 지금
Macy's
상위를
shareholders
좀
own this
보면서
company,
해야 될
and they should do
건데
something, which is reach out to their directors, reach out to their executives, and urge them to engage sincerely and in good faith with our credible buyer group.
And I want to bring you a line from the press release that you put out in relation to this offer. I thought this line was interesting. We remain frustrated by the delay tactics adopted by Macy's board of directors and its continued refusal to engage with our credible buyer group. Have communications changed or opened up since this latest raised offer?
It's hard to say. There's certainly been dialogue, and dialogue continues. But what we're asking for is that dialogue progress from communications and dialogue to action, to a substantive conversation and engagement wherein we can contract and give shareholders a really significant premium in cash today.
And you're probably aware, but there's a train of thought out there that ARC House and your partners in this bid are chiefly invested in Macy's real estate portfolio. I know you've said publicly that that's not the case, but what do you make of Macy's plans to close 150 stores?
I think it's a shame. We are not focused on store closures, and in fact hope that we get to close on the company before they close on the stores. Our view is that the real estate is incredibly valuable, in large part because of its tenant, Macy's.
And I mean, hypothetically, should they actually
close those 150 stores before you close on any bid, would that lessen the appeal of Macy's for you?
It's hard to say without the diligence that we're requesting. We're sort of taking an outside view in. So I can't speak to that.
And let's say, hypothetically, that you do acquire Macy's before they were to shut those stores. In your plans that you've been thinking about for Macy's, is it possible that you could actually close more than 150 stores, or what would you actually do with the real estate?
That would be very surprising. For us, it's really much more of a capital markets rejiggering and a capitalizing on the awesome asset base that they have, as opposed to let's close stores and redevelop them into something else. Certainly, I'm sure it's the case that there is redevelopment opportunities in this portfolio, probably largely not through demolition and redevelopment, but in out parcels and malls and other interesting development opportunities that I'm sure will be available to us when we get that diligence. But right now, we're not underwriting that at all. Our base case assumption is that all Macy's malls stay open, all Macy's locations stay open, and that we enhance the creditworthiness of the tenant inside the store.
And I promise we're going to talk about something other than real estate in just a couple minutes, but I do have another question because your bid...
I like real estate.
We all do. So this bid values Macy's at $8.7 billion, the entire company. And there's an interesting analysis out from Bloomberg Intelligence that estimates that the real estate alone is worth upwards of $8 billion. So from that perspective, $24 a share, it could be seen still as a lowball offer. Are you worried at other bidders coming in here to this process?
I am. I'm really hopeful and pretty optimistic that we've put together the right buyer group to be incredibly competitive in any process that starts. And I have a high degree of confidence that we'll win.
A high degree of confidence there. Let's talk about if you win. Of course, you would take Macy's private. What can you accomplish by taking Macy's private versus keeping it as a public company?
A lot. A lot. As a public company, it's hard to blame existing management for focusing on the quarter, because that's how they're judged. They're judged day to day, their share price changes, their cost of capital changes instantaneously. As a private company, you can focus.
Ever wondered how AI can change the game? Get ready to redefine your new possibilities with the Sky Sport Native. The game-changing AI-powered solution is here to revolutionize the sport landscape, unlocking a whole new level of efficiency and precision. Elevate the game strategy, fuel players' performance, discover future athletes, and amplify your fan experience. Stay ahead of the game.
9 people to Macy's board. How confident are you that you actually have the votes there to do that?
So, the 9 director nomination is really a function of the board size. There are 14 directors, so to ensure that we are speaking to shareholders directly, and really to ensure that shareholders can exercise their desires, their wants, and seek to an effectuated change, we need to nominate 9. So, yeah.
And how is the communication with shareholders happening? Is that you reaching out proactively to shareholders? Are you seeing inbound requests? What's the mix there?
I would say it's a combination. We've not formally submitted any proxy materials. We're not soliciting votes at this time, but we have received inbounds from shareholders, on an unsolicited basis, and are very happy to speak with anyone. We are a significant shareholder in this company and have very strong views about it.
And let's talk a little bit more about financing here, because that has been one of the questions. Of course, how would you pay for this? And you have also said that you've identified large global institutional financing sources that represent 100% of the capital required to buy the shares in Macy's that you do not already own. Can you give us some detail about who those large global institutional financing sources could be?
Yeah, so they are, like you said, large global money center banks. And the company shouldn't be surprised that there's so much interest in participating in this capitalization. They have a really great asset base. And, hearing some of their responses that it's a tough capital markets environment, it's a tough financing environment, all of that's true. And notwithstanding that, there is robust interest in participating in this privatization.
All right, Gabriel, it's going to be really interesting to watch this one play out. Hope to continue this conversation soon. That, of course, is Gabriel Kahana, the CEO of Archouse.
All right, that was our own Katie Breitfeld sitting down with Gabriel Kahana. He's the CEO of Archouse, and they, along with the partner, are making a bid for Macy's. They raised the bid today by 14%. Looking at Macy's stock today, it's $20.73, up about 1.4% on the day. So again, we'll have to see how Macy's responds. They rebuffed an earlier offer. It's good to get the thinking of the bidder here. Right now, let's reset everything. We'll get a little bit of a Bloomberg business plan. Mr. John Tucker.
Hi, Paul and Bailey. Stocks losing traction with some big name tech companies pulling down the rest of the market. The common denominator seems to be China at this point. Apple's iPhone problems in China deepening while advanced microdevices that has hit a roadblock in China. And Joe Livornia at SMBC Nikko Securities says, you know what, Fed rate cuts are way overdue at this point.
The Fed was going to break something. They did last March with the regional bank crisis. They've taken rates up too far, too fast. Core inflation peaked in September 22. Given the lags, yes, I think the Fed is going too much, too far.
And we are going to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He delivers a semi-annual testimony for Congress that begins tomorrow in the House and then the Senate panel that continues on Thursday. Some of the economic data we got today: growth in the U.S. service sector cooling for the month of February. And remember, services, that's the largest part of the U.S. economy. That was due partly to a decline in employment, orders, and business activity that actually quickened. Right now, we have the S&P 500 46 points lower. It's down 0.9%, 5,084 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 221 points, and the Nasdaq 100 right now 324 points lower. That's down 1.8%. Two-year yield, that's down 5 basis points, 4.55 right now. The 10-year, 7 basis points lower at 4.13. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Bailey and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Bailey Lipschultz sitting in for Alex Steele. Alex is on assignment. She'll be back mañana. We're here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. YouTube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. We're also on Apple CarPlay, Android Radio. So kind of all the new distribution media out there. You can find Bloomberg Program. Looking at this market here, what we're looking for towards the November, December, and Bailey, we saw some of the small cap numbers perform better. The S&P equal weighted, outperforming, closing the gap with the SPX a little bit.
Driving the market, especially a day like today, S&P down 0.9%. Microsoft has been the main stock.
Exactly. Brett Schutte joins us. He's the Chief Investment Officer of Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management Company, joining us in that Zoom thing from Milwaukee. Again, pound for pound, Milwaukee, I think, is some of the best portfolio managers anywhere. Brett, what do you make of this market here? Are you one of those folks that are concerned that maybe we don't have better breadth, better representation to move higher in this market, that it's kind of narrow at the top?
I am concerned about that. You had a small group of companies actually pushing the market higher. It reminds me a lot of the late 1990s, where you were later in an economic cycle, like I think you are today, and a small group of companies drove the market higher, which eventually, as we all know, kind of unfolded in a way after the recession where they didn't do so well in the next time period, the next cycle. But I think there's still opportunities in those other parts of the market, like where we're at. And so I think about those names that you mentioned. I think about small cap stocks. I think about mid cap stocks. I think about value stocks. Those stocks still trade at really low historical levels, especially relative to their large cap friends, which I think sets them up well in the next economic cycle, which I think unfortunately happens after we have a recession. So I still think one is likely. But I think the downside in those, even in the recession, is pretty low, just given the fact that they haven't participated. They traded cheap valuations. And I think the opposite side is going to be pretty powerful for those types of things.
Brent, with those names in mind, are you talking about energy or banks? What are some of the bigger names that you see as better positioned given the rally?
So I think of value more as a factor, not necessarily industry by industry or sector by sector. But certainly those are areas that usually have more value type of stocks. I think they will do well. Historically, if you look at every economic cycle, if I go back to the 1981 economic cycle, the next economic cycle after that has had different market leadership. While whatever drove the last cycle typically doesn't do well. And so if I take you back to late 1990s, you did see, obviously, energy, you saw commodities do well in that next economic cycle, as well as banks. And so I do think it's largely the same type of setup, but I think more broadly it's just things that are cheaper versus things that are more expensive right now, which a lot of those names have certainly earned the right to be expensive, and they have good prospects going forward. But much like back then, you wonder how much that is already priced in. I think the answer is quite a bit.
So, give us your recession scenario at Northwestern Mutual. How long you guys think it'll be? How deep you think it'll be? Do you have any sense of kind of timing? Because a lot of folks, we've been talking about this for a while, and we haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I think it's always calling the exact time period of a recession is difficult. I think it's made more difficult by what happened during COVID with all the stimulus, all the excess savings, and the reality that the U.S. economy is not that interest rate sensitive because people and corporations turned out their debt. This is where I think we're at the end of an economic cycle. You look at wages right now. Wages look like they're at the end of an economic cycle. The unemployment rate is low. It's hard to find workers. We have about everything that looks end of the cycle. I think it's hard to time that because we haven't seen that penetrate the U.S. economy as much because that debt has been turned out, has been fixed. The longer the Fed leaves rates higher, as your prior guest, I think on the lead-in said, the greater the chance there is an accident. To me, I put it differently, and I say the greater the chances it works its way into the economy. And you're seeing that happen now as mortgage debt reprices, as credit card debt reprices, as auto loans reprice, and as excess savings wear off. And so I still think one is not too far off. And I think it'll be more mild just because we don't have large levels of excess like we have in past recessions that were longer. I don't think that necessarily means the market will fall, especially some of those larger cap names, which I think are priced to perfection, and I don't think perfection is likely in the coming quarters.
Well, that's my next question. If we do get a recession, you look at weakness, NVIDIA, is that one of the stocks that falls? You would assume Apple would be one of the laggards, though they've been underperforming at that. Tesla is, I would say, more consumer-facing than the likes of NVIDIA and the other.
I'll broaden it out a bit more and just say that the top 10 names in the S&P 500 in the year thereafter haven't historically done all that well over longer periods of time. Now, even take you back to, I think, today's Magnificent 7, Microsoft, which was in the top 10 names back in 1999. Those who unfortunately bought Microsoft in 1999, it took them 17 years to get back to where it was in 1999. And so to me, this kind of takes you back to some common sense things in investing, like not concentrating in any one part of the market and kind of basing your whole financial outcomes in the future on that. Leadership changes. And typically what was in favor in the past economic cycle and kind of drove that economic cycle economically is also in favor of the markets. In the next economic cycle, we typically cure our shortages. And so, I just think it's more likely than not we get different leadership. I think valuation matters over longer periods of time. It's an imperfect timing tool. But I think parts of the market that are cheap right now will do well as we're kind of past this hopefully mild and short recession.
So, the Federal Reserve, I guess the question is, when are they going to start cutting, and maybe to what degree will they cut? We started the year discounting maybe 6 rate cuts this year. Now I think we're down to like 3 or 4 here. How do you think the Fed will execute for the remainder of the year?
I mean, this is another common sense thing. We're in a difficult spot for the Fed. If they cut too soon, they risk the 1966 to 1982 time period. If they cut too late, they risk job losses, which, as we've seen in the past, once the job losses start, even if the Fed starts cutting rates, they tend to trend. There is nothing between up 0.5% on the unemployment rate in cycles to being up 1.9%. And so it tends to trend, and I don't think they're going to be able to land an economy that is a 168 million labor market and 28 trillion big, exactly with just a little bit of growth, not too much, but not negative. And so right now, the reason why I don't believe there's going to be a soft landing is I don't think inflation pressures are gone. I don't think they'll be gone until you actually see a recession, which has happened at the end of every other economic cycle. And so right now, inflation is still moving back up. We saw that last week in PCE. You saw the distribution of inflation components rising 5% or more, 57%. You see CPI, you see services still too hot. And actually, the median CPI, the median PCE, they're moving in the wrong direction. And so to me, the Fed leaves rates high until they see signs that the labor market is weakening. And by then it's too late, which I think the good news is, because that will kind of take the steam out of inflation altogether, they will be able to cut aggressively on the opposite side of this, but not until they actually see that. And so I don't think rate cuts are likely in the near term, and that's why I still think you're likely to see a recession as they leave rates high enough that continues to bite in the economy.
Well, a lot of folks would say, given that, and if you look at the real-time data, inflation is in fact whipped, and that they should be cutting rates now. What do you think about that, Ryan?
I take you back to CPI. I invite you to look at CPI services. I invite you to look at the CPI, the Cleveland Fed median CPI, which bottomed in July and is actually moving higher. I invite you to think about wage growth, which is running at 4.3 to 4.8%. Pick your favorite metric, which typically weaves into the end of an economic cycle. I invite you to look at one-year inflation break-evens, where the bond market is telling you that inflation may be a near-term thing, as well as two-year break-evens. And so certainly I think people have become a little bit too optimistic on inflation. As a reminder, I thought inflation would come down because it was tied to COVID. It was transitory, and that's what I think carried us through 2023. Unfortunately, I think now inflation is more tied to the economic cycle, where you run out of labor market slack, wages rise, companies eventually try to raise prices. That gets squashed by the Federal Reserve, and eventually, if your wages are going up on your employees, your expenses are going up, but you can't raise prices, your margins get hit, and that's where you begin letting go employees.
Stuff, as always, bring it every time, Brent. Really appreciate it. Brent Schrudy joins us here, Chief Investment Officer, Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management Company, joining us on Zoom from Milwaukee. That's a sober or a cautious view. I guess I'm not sure. A reasonable view. I don't know. I guess it depends on your perspective. It's not such a guidance on this one. That's great.
No, and that's interesting. I mean, we have seen caution really kind of being a tough struck, but again, it's interesting to see what they're going to do out there.
Bitcoin, it's now, wait, the volatility on this thing, it's now down about 14%. 67,250 was at a high of 69,000, a low 65,000 intraday, so almost $4,000 intraday in Bitcoin. One story. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
no longer the world's richest person. Keeping track of these things. Musk lost his position atop the Bloomberg Billionaires Index to Jeff Bezos. Shares in Tesla tumbled over 7% Monday, and they're still tumbling today. It's down right now about 4.4%. Musk now, or at least at the close of the day, had a net worth of $197.7 billion. And Bezos reported that was just over $200 billion. It's the first time that Bezos has been on Amazon. It's not the first time that the richest since 2021. And Bailey, you remember Paul had one of these based Bowflex, the maker of adjustable weight dumbbells and other home fitness equipment. They filed for bankruptcy. They're based in Vancouver, Washington. They listed assets of roughly $140 million. Liabilities of nearly $26 million. Chapter 11 petition in New Jersey bankruptcy court. Bowflex's CEO Jim Barr said the multiple potential bidders have actually expressed interest in the business. The firm will take time in Chapter 11 to sell its assets for as much as possible. The company's been exploring its options because of what it calls post-pandemic environment and persistent macroeconomic headwinds. At Saks Fifth Avenue's return area at its Manhattan flagship, shoppers now see a camera and signage highlighting the enhanced video surveillance and a new policy. Customers have to show a photo ID. The company looking at ways to better scrutinize packages sent back to the warehouse. And that is a look at some of the company's stories with follow. I'm John Kemp.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, looking at these markets, we have red on the screen. S&P 500 up 0.9%, the Nasdaq off 1.7%. Yields also coming in. 10-year Treasury leading 4.13% on the commodities front. Crude oil up just slightly, $79 per barrel. The action's been in Bitcoin. It's currently down about 0.4%, 67,200. It's been as low as 65,000, as high as 69,000 today. So tons of volatility there. That cryptocurrency. With our news in New York City. Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Bailey, and John. Today is Super Tuesday, where voters in more than a dozen states and American Samoa will cast their ballots in the primaries. Former President Trump has the momentum for the GOP nomination, but Nikki Haley is hoping for strong showings in many states. Greg Vallier, Chief U.S. Policy Strategist at HTS Investments, says this may be the end of the line for Haley.
It's awfully hard to see her staying in. It's a battle, as you know, for delegates, and she's just doing very poorly on delegates. She can claim that 30% of the party likes her and will vote for her, but that is not going to give her the nomination.
Greg Vallier with ATF Investments spoke to Bloomberg. And tonight, listen for Bloomberg's Balance of Power special on Super Tuesday starting at 8 p.m. Trial for Michigan school shooter Ethan Crumbley's father gets underway today. 15-year-old shot and killed four students at Oxford High School outside Detroit in 2021. His mom was convicted of involuntary manslaughter for failing to address Ethan's mental health. Now it's James Crumbley's turn to face the same charges. People say his daughter was killed. She says she does not understand why Ethan's parents did not do more to intervene in her son's life.
The stuff that you're seeing, saying, writing, showing, and watching is not the same as going through a heart.
During her trial, Jennifer Crumbley testified that her husband was the one in charge of the gun used by Ethan to carry out the attack. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is cracking down on credit card late fees. It says it will save Americans $10 billion every year. Banks and credit card companies are against this new rule. Consumer Bankers Association says in a statement it will actually harm most consumers, not help them. Global news, 24 hours a day and whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Paul, Bailey, John.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Bailey, a story jumped out at me from the Bloomberg terminal here. A growing number of small U.S. colleges are under pressure. That's according to a Bloomberg analysis of the latest federal data that shows more higher education institutions facing enrollment declines than other streams. About 200 schools met at least 3 of the 5 metrics that Bloomberg used to identify rising pressure from nonprofit higher education institutions with less than 5,000 students. That's according to up-to-date government data from the U.S. Department of Education. Those factors include high acceptance rates, falling enrollment, and repeated years of operating losses. So 200 schools, that's up from Bloomberg's tally last year, and the most facing pressure in over a decade. That's including, according to integrated secondary education data system. So it just seems like if you're a smaller school, don't have a big endowment, times are tough here.
Tough out there, and yeah, Fitch Ratings in the story projecting a deteriorating credit environment for higher education. As you mentioned, wage pressures, higher interest rates, uneven recovery. That's all part of the 2024 outlook. So yeah, if you're a small school, I know you did not go to small school, fellow ACC. I guess I was Big East when I went to Syracuse. Right. You joined the ACC, but it does seem like a lot of these small schools are kind of struggling.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues here, and the schools I've been involved at the board level have all enjoyed very large endowments that have really helped these schools, but a lot of schools don't have that, so they're going to enrollment is declining. It's a real challenge. Costs continue to go up, and I think the pandemic probably just exacerbated that trend there. So occasionally we see them tap into the traditional bond market. This is
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
the real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Jen Bartash. She covers all the retail stocks for Bloomberg Intelligence. Target reported some numbers, so we'll get the latest breakdown of those numbers and how the consumer is doing out there with retail sales. And Chris Williamson's going to join us, S&P Global Market Intelligence. He's the chief economist there. We're going to break down some of this PMI data we got today. How strong is the consumer? How strong is this economy? Is there a recession risk in 2024? And then we're also going to check in with Max Abelson, one of the best reporters at Bloomberg News. He's got a great big page story here from the New York Community Bank. And this has been a big issue for the New York market, real estate market. So they've got some great reporting there. Let's kick things off.
Hi, Bill and Paul. Stocks, Treasury the S&P 500 7 and the 11 major industries down. Information technology, one of the biggest drags. That's where you got to buy shares of Adobe down just over 4%. Second biggest drag, consumer discretionary. That's over to Tesla. Those shares, they were down. Let's see right now. The latest down close to 5%. Fed Chair Joe Powell preparing his semi-annual address to Congress that starts tomorrow. Over in Invesco, Christina Hooper says pause in the recent stock rally is indeed warranted.
I think it's clear markets needed to take a breather, so that's what I anticipate is happening. Also, of course, there's some trepidation. We have Jay Powell's testimony coming up, and with whispers that we could see an altered dot plot.
Apple falling after counterpoints at iPhone sales in China tumbled 24% the first 6 weeks of the year. U.S. officials telling Advanced Micro Devices the artificial intelligence chip it tailored for Chinese market is too powerful to sell without a license. Shares of AMD right now, they are down 1.8%. Overall, the S&P 500, 44 points lower. That's down 0.9%. We're at 5,086 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 248 points lower. The Nasdaq 100 right now down 317 points. That's down 1.75%. 10-year yield 7 basis points lower, 414. The 2-year 4 basis points lower. That's at 4. Check the markets all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker and Bailey and Paul.
John Tucker, thank you so much, man. We appreciate it. Billy Lipscomb sitting in for Alex live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. On YouTube, so you just head over to YouTube and search Bloomberg Podcast. That's pretty straightforward. We're also on Apple CarPlay, Android Radio, so you have that popped up on the big screen in your car. That'll get you there as well. You get all the news and audio and video for Bloomberg. So it's pretty much everywhere in terms of technology these days. Again, a wait to the tape here today, as John was just reporting. Got the Dow up, I'm calling Dow 45.6 points. Really, let's check in with Norma Linda. She covers equities for Bloomberg. She joins us here in New York City studios.
Well, really the story right now, it seems that tech is leading the S&P 500 lower. That is the worst performing sector in the S&P 500 right now. I'm looking at a couple names right now, Tesla, AMD, and Apple, which John told me about a little bit ago. But Tesla, we have those shares falling after disappointing China vehicle shipment figures. And it does seem that read-through is just China when it comes across for the entire tech sector. We've got AMD hitting a roadblock and selling AI chips that are tailored for China. And then Apple, as we know, those iPhone sales in China are falling by a surprising 24%. And the story of today as it pertains to tech is China. And we're seeing these shares falling as we kind of look at that sector more broadly.
Paul mentioned that NASDAQ went down 100%. Just going to call out the volume. 100-day average. Wow. So that's a real selling. That's called conviction. Are you paying attention to an airline?
Yes, taking a look at American Airlines this morning. Those shares are down as much as 3.5%. Now, this company is resuming a slide after its first investor day in 7 years. Now, the thing here is that a lot of investors weren't exactly 7 years. Long time here, but people aren't really excited about their guidance. But we do have analysts like one over at Citi defending the stock's drop and saying that investors should really take advantage of this dip as a buying opportunity.
Got 11 buys, 9 holds, 3 sells. So just what
They don't.
They didn't provide any support for this name. The stock's down 3% today, as you mentioned, up about 4% year to date, but down 12% over the past year.
And the big thing with a lot of these airline and cruise lines, debt. You look at it, American on the FAA Go function, $40.6 billion in debt. Market cap's $9 billion. So debt to equity.
See, I look at it as, you know, back in the day when I did, you know, would lend money. It's cash flow that pays you back. So you maybe look at net debt to EBITDA. So they've got about 35. Let's call it 35 billion of net debt, and about 6 billion of EBITDA. That's still highly leveraged for an airline, a cyclical business like the airlines. You know, that's too much. And what we saw, remember, at the beginning of the pandemic, I remember the first few days, the cruise lines just went to the bond market immediately, raising cash because they said if this is going to last more than 6 months, we're going to need cash desperately. They didn't know it was going to be a couple of years, but and now they're coming back and refinancing a lot of that. So, but I think airline business is just such a tough business.
I know you're a big fan of flying.
Big fan of flying.
Are you always on a plane?
I used to be back in the day.
Okay.
I'm still living off of those miles, literally off those miles from 20 years ago. So, but I'm on a plane Sunday. So, be on their best behavior on Sunday. We're going to have Jen Bartash coming in just a couple moments on Target. What's happening with that stock?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a bit earlier, but this company is up as much as 13% for its best day since November. But what's really interesting here that I wanted to point out is that they are launching a membership program. It's supposed to be rivaling efforts of course, Amazon's Prime and Walmart's Walmart Plus, and I believe the project should be called Project Trident. But this company did have fourth quarter profits that beat expectations. And I'm just thinking about Target. Do you guys shop there? I love Target. I feel like it's a good place to get good bang for your buck. But would you guys buy into that membership?
When we pull into a college town, and I've had 4 kids my way to college, you know, now like the last one, pull in like State College, Pennsylvania, Boulder, Colorado, you know, San Jose, go right to Target. You get stuff to do. Sometimes they have like a little section like here, buy this package and stuff,
all the college stuff in the parts.
I remember when I went to school, it was like everything was like that. You went there and like kind of check what you wanted. They were going to deliver it.
Yeah, they had a
store in
checklist.
Syracuse. So, you know, I guess different options.
I've seen the dorm rooms at Syracuse. And yeah, you really need like an upgrade.
Well, it depends what dorm you go to. I mean, I remember when you go on the tour, they take you to Ernie Davis Hall, which is pristine. And you're like, oh, this is awesome. I would love to live here. And then you move into your freshman dorm.
This doesn't match.
I remember going years and years ago and to see my brother who was going there. It's like, maybe I wanted to go there. And he never once attended class. They were all passed out in his room. They got up at 12 o'clock in the afternoon and paid $20 to go to the liquor store.
It was at the
That
time
was college life.
The time I was there was the #1 party school, depending on what ranking you used.
And I see Samantha saying that the Target was the best place to hang after school. I used to love the Starbucks. Didn't they have popcorn? I want to say
Popcorn and
walk
ices
in, there's
were what I would
popcorn,
get, yeah.
ices.
Big fan. That's where I'm spending it. Sorry, yeah, they have the best popcorn. I will say, next time you go, hit the snack bar, get a popcorn. If you like ices,
It's a Costco hot dog, right?
And I heard the pizza. Yeah, apparently we have a lot going on there.
But they used to do this at Grant's. Remember that department
Yeah,
store?
5
What
and
happened
10.
to them? I think
Yeah,
they were absorbed
throwback.
by, Tornado.
It's 5 and 10. All right, Norm Melinda, thank you so much for your appreciate it. Norm Melinda covers the equities for us. We were talking about Target and looking at that stock. Target TGT is the ticker to load into your Bloomberg terminal, up 11.7% today. So a nice move here. Jen Martash just joins us. She covers all the retail industries for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's coming to us via Zoom from our offices down at Princeton. Jen, the street likes Target. What did Target say to get the stock up so much today?
Well, first they had a good quarter, but they're also giving an investor update today. And so they've really revealed their plan for growth over the next several years. And that has been resonating well with investors. And it's all about recapturing top-line growth, traffic, market share. And they're a little bit more upbeat on where they see the consumer right now.
And when we look at inventory being an issue that was such a big problem for Target back in the pandemic, or during the pandemic, it does seem like that's being worked through. Kind of what's your expectations of how Target is handling their inventory ahead of schedule?
Yeah, they've done a major pivot with inventory, and obviously they had huge issues a couple years ago with markdowns, and they've really been able to right-size inventory. That's shown up where inventory right now is actually lower than it was last year, and yet in-stocks are better than they've been. And so that focus on those retail fundamentals of making sure that you have things in the stores and in stock has really been playing through it and driving some of the results that they've seen. And a lot of that stems from inventory. And so right now they're very well positioned going into 2024. And that should hopefully be a tailwind for them for the rest of this fiscal year.
An affinity card, can you explain what's going on there?
Yeah, so they're kind of reimagining their loyalty program. So the baseline was Target Circle, which was free to join. They have 100 million users that have joined it. And that's where you can go in and save different offers, and you get an extra 10% off your paper towels, that week in that brand. What they're doing is they're taking that, they're making it so you don't have to search and save. You get the things automatically when you check out. And if you're a red card holder, for $49 you can get unlimited free delivery, same day free delivery to your house. And they're calling this Target 360. You can also subscribe to just that if you're not a red card holder. Also an introductory price of $49, but it will go up over time, although they didn't say to what. So it's a move where they're trying to get a little bit deeper into consumers' lives, doing more home delivery. There's some additional perks in there where you can access all of what Shipt does, which is their same-day delivery service, and that includes being able to shop at other retailers. So that's kind of the differentiator here with regards to the membership program. That once you have it, you could also have your Target run include something from Costco, for example. So, but it's early days, and we'll see how much appetite consumers have for yet another membership that they have to pay for.
Well, what are your expectations on that? Because I feel like everyone pays for Amazon Prime and Walmart Plus. I know it had a strong rollout in partnerships with different credit cards. Like, what can Target really do to get people to pay another annual fee when it seems like, at least with the streaming platforms, they're struggling to maintain users?
It's a great question, and I think that's one of the big questions that we're going to need to see as they really talk about what differentiates this program. Because $49 is cheap, but it is an introductory price, and there are a lot of people out there that do delivery. And so it's when I look at it, I think in order for it to be a successful program, they're going to
had Brent Schutte of Northwestern Mutual earlier on the show talking about a potential recession.
This is
How does
Dennis G,
Target
and you're listening to
a recession to weather the storm because of their loyalty, or how does that play out just given their typical demographics?
Well, if there is a recession, with their typical demographics, Target's customer base is extremely loyal, but Target's product mix does skew to more discretionary items, and so whenever there's a pullback in spending, it tends to have an outsized impact on Target versus other big box retailers. Now, Target has been really focused in the last 18 months, especially on value. They've launched some new private label brands that are, meant to be the cheapest option in every category in the store. So they're trying to respond to that. So, they have the breadth of category and they have the loyalty of consumers that they can weather a recession, but it will make it harder for them to get back to that top line growth and that expansion of margin that they're talking about today if we find ourselves in the midst of a recession.
Hey Jen, how do I differentiate? I'm a shopper between Target and Walmart.
It's all about perception, right? When you think about Walmart, it is usually about lowest price. Walmart is an EDLP. Every day you get the lowest possible price. They've got a very big assortment, and it's and they have some perks with regards to their Walmart Plus program. When people think of Target, they think a little bit more of discovery. They think a little bit more about inspiration versus function, than functionality. And that's where you really see the divergence between those two retailers.
I will say, when I go to Target, I always end up buying more than I want, where if I go to Walmart, I'm kind of in and out. Jen, question off of that comparison. I always talk of the fact that Walmart owns Sam's Club. When you look at the company makeup, how much does that differentiate Walmart versus some of the other retailers? As you mentioned, Target potentially partnering with Costco if you're using
Yeah, so obviously there's a great benefit to Walmart of having both its U.S. Walmart stores as well as the Sam's Club stores, because they really can capture spending by different groups of people and for different shopping reasons. Now, when I talked about Shipt, it's not so much that you get the benefits of a Costco membership, for example, with Target. It's just more that you can have your delivery person pick up purchases from other retailers, which is something that isn't embedded in a Walmart program, for example. But that Target membership fee is going to be competing with your Costco membership fee. It'll be competing with a BJ's membership fee, along with all of your streaming services and everything else out there. So Walmart definitely benefits from the scale of having both the core stores and Sam's Club, but it is a little bit of a different business model than what we're talking about with Target.
Just for what's worth, I put up the comp function, COMP. For the last 5 years, S&P 500's compounded annual growth rate about 14.6%. So you all did pretty well there. Walmart's right spot on line there, 14.8%. Target a little bit better, just under 20%. So Target outperforming Walmart over the last 5 years. Jen Bartashis, thanks so much for joining us. Jen is a senior retail analyst there. She has a very long title, but I just call her senior retail analyst. I'm going with that. Bloomberg Intelligence joining us on Zoom from the BI headquarters in London. She's talking about Target had some good numbers, got an inventory kind of in line here, and the stocks are about 11% there. Not so much from the markets overall here. Again, the S&P 500 off about 8.1%, the NASDAQ off about 1.7%. So the tech names, which had been the leaders in this market, are leading us on the way down here. The Russell off about 0.8%. Yields pulling in as well at 10-year in about 6 basis points, 4.15% on your 10-year Treasury. This is Bloomberg.
Among the biggest drags in the S&P 500, shares of Tesla down today another 5%. This follows disappointing China vehicle shipment figures. Counterpoint Research says iPhone sales in China fell an eye-opening 24% over the first 6 weeks of this year, and Apple shares right now down 2.6%. A best-performing stock in the S&P 500, just talked about that. Target, after their earnings report, those shares right now up close to 12%. In the commodity space, gold jumped to an all-time high. This on speculation over the Federal Reserve pivot and geopolitical risks underpin the rally in precious metal. Right now, overall, the S&P 500, 43 points lower. That's down 0.8%, with 5,088 on the index. So that's down 265 points. NASDAQ 100, 294 points lower. That is a decline of 1.6%. As we look at yields right now, the 2-year yield 4 basis points lower. That's at 4.55. 10-year 7 basis points lower. And that's at 4.7. Tech market for you all day long, like you. Radio.
Simon Page will be back tomorrow. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube. Podcast. I'll talk about Chris Williamson joins us, Chief Business Economist for S&P Global Market Intelligence, based in London. Well, we got him here in the States. Chris, what brings you to the USA? You're at a conference, right?
Yeah, down in LA.
You say out in LA. Out in LA. That's how you do it. Okay.
So out in LA, the TPM conference was big.
Yeah.
Holding. There's fantastic opportunities speaking to shippers and
Boy, let's start right there, because I mean, Bailey and I have been talking about just over the last several months what's happening in the Red Sea, its impact on shipping. On the Bloomberg terminal, we have a function called Map Go, MAP, and you can link it to show you where all the container ships are and oil tankers are around the world. I can tell you where they're not. They're not in the Red Sea. They're not in the Suez Canal. Where are we with that situation? How's that impacting you?
Well, it seems that a lot of the impact's already gone. So 18th of January was the peak impact, really. You've really got to remember here, there's no capacity taken out of global shipping. It just had a delay. So one shipping company told me that their clients, when all this hit, they missed 1 week's delivery within 3 weeks, and now they're getting deliveries every weekend. So yeah, it's costing a little bit more. So it's like inflationary impact. It's not huge, and the impact is we saw this with our global manufacturing airlines. Supply and delivery times was one of the real worrying signals. Pushing prices higher. That rose again in January, first time in the year, signaling longer shipping times. But then it fell back in January again. So another sign that it's all over, really.
Working through that, were there regions that were more impacted than others, like US, Europe, UK?
Indeed, yeah. So when I say it's all over, it is all over on a global basis, but there are some impacts still, obviously in Europe. UK is by far the biggest hit. So UK has got quite a bit, and that's even increasing the price spike. So the Mediterranean countries, because they're left by land.
Are there goods or industries that are more impacted in terms of like their products that have faced longer delays or had kind of greater?
Yeah, there is, but again, it fits the sort of narrative of what you normally ship. So these are the big expensive goods to move, so they're not moved by air, they're moved by ship, for lumber and materials. So those are the sectors that are impacted. Again, I would urge caution as a reason to be much into this, because while the UK has been hit by a significant negative Pacific virus,
So what about LA real estate. What do they see in terms of the economy? As you well know, there's a lot of folks that are unsure where this economy is going. So what do they see?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because at this conferences where a lot of people do their deals, fixing the prices and hedging them for the next year, so everyone seems to fix their rates for the next month or so. And the last 2 years, it's very much been a sort of buyer's market. That we've had low shipping volumes because of the manufacturing malaise we've had. We've had 2 years now of virtually no growth in global manufacturing. You had 2 years of falling exports. So this has led to some really quite soft shipping rates. But this year seems to be the first time where things are coming into balance. We've seen some hardening shipping rates, and the consumer goods companies in particular raising themselves for tougher negotiations.
Was that it? Getting back out of COVID for you in LA last year?
No, I wasn't. No. This is the first time that I've been there. Yeah, fascinating.
What are you saying about China? That's also people really concerned about that economy. Shippers, I mean, obviously, in Eugene Square from the Port of Los Angeles, we have this again all the time. It's a good read for us on shipping and volume and exports out of China to the rest of the world. What do some of the shippers say about China?
Well, in the most broadest context, really, when you talk about China, very soon there's comes diversification and resilience, right? So the focus is very much on diversifying supply chains to ensure that you maintain that supply. The ability to switch suppliers from being one country or one shipping route becomes a problem. Then you've got other options, regulatory contracts and relationships in place. Obviously, China's really at the forefront of diversification, so away from China towards, especially other Asian economies and closer to home towards Mexico.
I was going to ask, just in terms of diversification away, it does seem like a lot of that would be in South and Central America, which in turn, if an event like the Red Sea, everything that's going on in the Red Sea would be able to bypass that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, being caught once is one thing, but being caught twice is another. So we had the pandemic and now the Red Sea. So you really don't want to be living your life like this going forward. There's the whole area of protectionism and climate change, which add additional risk to shipping and supply chain. So diversification and resilience is everything.
All right, we had some S&P Global PMI data out today. This came in better than expected, better than last month. What should we take away from that?
Yeah, it's surprising resilience in the US economy, right? This is and the ISM data that come out as well have supported that. It looks like we're doing well. If you drill down into the data, there's encouraging signs of this being broader based as well. Consumer spending seems to be reviving again on goods and services. So to maybe backtrack a little bit, if you go back a few months, this strength that we've had in the global economy and the US economy, driven by financial services, right? This was the big acceleration we saw, and this is all predicated on lower interest rates in 2024. Remember back in December they were and that spurred this big strength, demand for new mortgages and so forth, the fastest growing sector and PMIs and staying financial is the back end, essentially propelling it. And as those financial conditions loosened, the stocking had rising, all that wealth effect is feeding through to consumers. And interestingly, different to early 2023 when consumer spending was largely focused on services as economies reopened. We all went and enjoyed more holidays and recreation. This time it's more balanced, goods and services showing stronger growth. So this is an encouraging picture. Manufacturers are doing less inventory reduction now, in fact even switching around to restocking, so that's supporting this whole picture as well. And consumers see some real wage growth coming through, as well as the prospect of lower interest rates. But it's the latter that is the concern, because it's all predicated on those lower rates, and if we don't get them...
What do you think the Fed's going to do? What do you think the Fed's going to do?
Well, our baseline for is similar to everyone else, which is the first cut in May now. We're maybe sort of 3, 4 cuts for the rest of the year. But as these data come in, that's increasingly challenging to see.
If they recall, right now, first cut in real certainty is June 8th. So we saw that really push back in the year. Chris, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Chris Williamson, chief business economist. Global market joining us here. On his way back from LA to New York. Looking at the market here, the S&P 500 up 0.8%, the Nasdaq off 1.6%. Yields 10-year Treasury off about 6 basis points. It's off 4%. 10-year. And Bitcoin, I have no idea where it is. Off 2.8%, with 65,600 is the call. With our news from New York City.
Thank you very much, Paul, Bill, and John. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump are poised to move much closer to winning their party's nominations during the biggest day of the primary campaign. It is Super Tuesday, and voters in more than a dozen states and one territory are heading to the polls. Much of the attention will be on the Republican side, where Nikki Haley is hoping to win enough delegates to stay in the race against former President Trump. Joe Matthew is host of Bloomberg's Balance of Power.
I mean, look, she could drop out tonight. She could drop out tomorrow. She could keep going. The Trump campaign says it'll have presumptive nominee status. It'll have the math that'll make it impossible by the 12th or the 19th. Her strategy so far was that just in case, right? If he gets tied up in court, he can't be the next president. But after that Supreme Court ruling last week, we might not get that trial for Jack Smith, and that strategy is looking a little thin right now.
Bloomberg's Joe Matthew will host a special Balance of Power tonight starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Small plane crash in Tennessee. Five people dead. Pilot radioed the aviation airport in Nashville that it had a power failure and requested a landing. Nashville Public Affairs Director Don Carroll.
Given to land on runway 2 and come to an airport, the pilot then radioed the aircraft was not going to make it.
Crash near Texas is planned
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg Business Flash. A lot of red on the screen today. There is pressure coming from the dip in the Apple shares. That's weighing on the Dow, the Nasdaq, the S&P 500. Stocks sagging after a report that iPhone sales in China fell 24% during the first 6 weeks of the year. Apple shares right now down close to 3%. The Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell's two-day testimony before Congress starts tomorrow. Also, the February jobs report that's on Friday. Those continue to be some of the focal points for investors. Nancy Tangler at Lambert Tangler says today's market is similar to the stock rally back in the 1990s.
There are so many similarities that demonstrate that stocks can coexist with higher interest rates. The 10-year was about 5 to 7% during the decade. Inflation was about 3%. But we also have labor shortage, and that is going to be spent on technology. We are 3/4 to pretty decent productivity numbers.
The target shares more than 100% higher after its earnings report, the best performing stock in the S&P 500. Overall, the index, the S&P 500, 45 points lower. That's down 0.9%. The Dow down 259 points. The Nasdaq 100 down 309 points. Check the market's view all day long right here. The daily stock every one of these stores, retailers, or whatever have gone bankrupt.
The gallery bought orders that one was my fault. They were done. As you mentioned, JT, at the beginning, both Flex, I have the adjustments on those, and the strategy was great. And it was up to 5-star.
Maybe you can get a break in your mortgage.
Contra kind of thing. All right, Max Abelson joins us here. He's no stranger to this program. He's a financial reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studios. Also, the reporter on the Big Take story for Bloomberg News today. These are really in-depth, well-reported, deeply sourced stories that we love. They come out on a daily basis. I don't know how Bloomberg News does it. Today's a good one on the New York Community Bank. So my question, Max, is how did we get here? I thought NYCB was just making loans to local real estate. How does that go wrong?
It sounds kind of boring, doesn't it?
Yeah, but now it's not.
They are not boring. They're and what's happening in the last few weeks is not boring either. I think now it's up today, but when we were putting the story to bed last night, the shares had fallen 70% just this year, and we're not that far into 2024. So I think that there's a temptation that I have as a journalist, maybe all reporters have, is to be able to give a kind of a facile answer. It'd be so nice. We're so much better. Answer that in 5 minutes. The reality is, this is a story that has to do with ambition. It has to do with the sort of the small wanting to get big and the big wanting to get bigger. And it's a story that has to do with regulation, and regulators, and the rules that govern banking and real estate. And it's a story about my first beat in journalism at Manhattan Apartments. You cannot tell the story of what has happened here at the community bank without telling the story of real estate. So it's got these kind of three vectors, and I hope people read the story because I think we did a fun job with my editor David Shear of kind of trying to paint a picture.
And Max, this is a company that grew tremendously over years. Just looking at one of your paragraphs, 2004, they cobbled together 7 banks, the third biggest thrift in the U.S. As it hit $23 billion fastest yeah. So how did we get from 2000 to 04 to now in 2024?
Yep. They really had a game plan. And the game plan was to, gobble up rivals, essentially keep their personality. It's not like everything became New York Community Bank. and then they would take the mom and pop depositor money, and they would really just loan it out to the national real estate and one kind of real estate, rent stabilized, rent regulated. And for a long time that's a good business to be in. It was a good business to be in. It's like, I don't know if you you were just saying the flags are on your house, but if you live in a rent stabilized apartment, by and large, you're made in the shade. You do not want to leave that apartment. You're going to stay there. It's going to be stable earnings. The cash is going to keep flowing. But what happened though is two things. Rent regulations changed in 2019, right before COVID started happening. So real estate all of a sudden under pressure. New York Community Bank also keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. They do $10 billion, a couple $1 billion. They want to get even bigger and apparently it seems like regulators make it better flash. Then by Blackstone, by Signature Bank, part of Signature Bank, all of a sudden they cross over $100 billion. You know what happens then? Regulators start looking at it in a way, and their capital did not measure up to rivals.
Now, with hindsight, why didn't they recognize that, or did they recognize and chose not to deal with it? What kind of happened there?
Okay, I'll tell you some inside baseball on this. So, after Flagstar, the regulatory approval that this is going to sound like, I promise, it not be boring. The regulatory approval that they're going to do is going to come from a regulator called the FDIC. Time goes by, they seem to not be getting that approval, and they say, guess what, everyone? When that deal is approved, we're going to go from being a thrift to being essentially a nationally chartered bank. And lo and behold, guess what that means? You know what? We don't need the FDIC approval anymore. We're just going to take the HTS approval, thank you very much. And we found nonprofit groups. How are they allowed to? It's essentially a regulatory arbitrage. It's the knock on it is kind of shocking. Whether or not that happened, what did happen is the SEC eventually approved it, and they said, let this go. You get to control your dividends if you want to boost your dividends. One of the things that knocked all of this money into action is that your community bank a few weeks ago said, all these pieces fit together into a portrait of a bank that got really big in real estate, and those two major parts of its game plan kind of contained the seeds of this chaos we're seeing right now.
Well, and Max, a year ago and change, we had the issue with SVB, we had the issue with Signature Bank, First Republic. Similarities, differences with where New York Community is now compared to kind of the story of bank failures?
I hope he's not listening. I want to steal something that Mike Moore, who sits next to me and is my boss and one of my editors, said to me. One of the things that happened with First Republic and even with Signature was like things that were already going down. There were problems that could be visible to anyone who opened up the books. The difference with New York Community Bank is the problems are on the way about the future. What everyone is afraid of right now when it comes to banks and real estate is that loans are going to sour. I mean, we're in an office tower right now. The landscape of offices in New York has changed. I think people are really worried that there's going to be a kind of a reckoning. And that reckoning is not just going to mess with the real estate industry, it's going to mess with the banks that lend to it. And I think there's a fear that New York Community Bank, which is already shocked investors by saying, listen, we're going to have to set aside $500 million in loan loss reserves. I think there's a lot of concern. They're going to have to even more. So in some ways, maybe one accurate way of describing what's going on now is not just anxiety about the moment, but anxiety about what the future will be.
Real quickly, 30 seconds. What's happening to management? Does anybody kind of take a place here?
Someone paid a place. Tom Cangemi, who was kind of the main act in this town hall that I found that we wove into the story, he was replaced by the guy who was the second fiddle at that town hall, whose guy's name is Sandro Danello. He was the head of Flagstar. A few weeks ago, the bank announced, listen, just kidding, Sandro Danello is now actually going to be the most important executive. And after that, they said, just kidding again, Sandro Danello is now going to be the CEO. So,
yeah. So anyway, NYCB is the ticker. It is up 10% today. That's the good news. The bad news, it's down 70% year to date, down 60% on the on a 12-month basis, really cutting for its life here. So this is just great reporting from Max Abelson. We expect that from Max. Always delivers. The big take stories always deliver. You can read the story on the Bloomberg Terminal, NI space Big Take, or you go to Bloomberg.com/Big Take. That's where you find all that really good reporting coming out of Bloomberg News. Max, thanks so much for joining us. Max Abelson, financial reporter, Bloomberg News here in our studio. S&P 500, we got some weakening again here on the market. S&P is off about almost 1% there. We'll call it 1%. The NASDAQ off 1.7% here. Looking at Bitcoin off 3.7% now, 64,000, about 65,000. This is Bloomberg.
Let's start with Tesla. The stock on course to shed $76 billion in market capitalization in just 2 days. This all fueled by negative headlines from China and Germany, and it's rekindling concerns about the company's growth trajectory. Shipments from Tesla's Shanghai factory sank to the lowest in over a year in the month of February. So that's weighing on the automaker's stock, which is down just about 5% today. Remember, it closed 7.2% lower yesterday. Well, hundreds of thousands of people apparently are having difficulty accessing Meta platforms, families, social media sites. This includes Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. More than 500,000 people said they couldn't access Facebook, this according to Down Detector, which monitors internet and telecom disruptions. The number dropped to about 200,000 about 30 minutes later. There were more than 73,000 reports about Instagram at its peak, and a smaller number of complaints about WhatsApp and Threads. Andy Stone is a spokesperson for Meta. In a post on X, he says, "We are aware people are having Biden administration seeking public comments on small acquisitions by private equity companies in the healthcare industry. The Federal Trade Commission, the Justice Department, and the Department of Health and Human Services said in a request for public comments published today that they're seeking information on deals that weren't reported to the federal antitrust agencies. The FTC chair, Linda Kahn, says when private equity firms buy out healthcare facilities only to slash staffing and cut quality, the patients are the ones who lose out. And that is your economic news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Like we have a proper sell-off in the market today. The S&P 500 off 1%. The Nasdaq off 1.8% here. Yields cooling in slightly. Got the 10-year Treasury yielding up 4.14%. Tremendous volatility in Bitcoin. It's now at 65,200. It had been as low as 64,600 today. As high as 69,000 as well. So swing in Bitcoin today. With our
Thank you very much, Paul, Balin, and John. It is Super Tuesday as voters in more than a dozen states are heading to the polls. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump are poised to move much closer to winning their party's nominations during the biggest day of the primary campaign. Much of the attention will be on the Republican side, where Nikki Haley is hoping to win enough delegates to stay in the race against former President Trump. Meanwhile, Joe Matthew, host of Bloomberg's Balance of Power, says he will be watching for the possible announcement of a third-party candidate, possibly under the no-label center sticker.
I don't think that's likely, by the way. I don't think they've found their person yet. But if you're talking to Biden supporters quietly, it remains their biggest fear. And I will add RFK Jr. to that. This guy's polling at 15%.
Wow.
Yeah, nobody's talking about it. That might be a bigger threat than no labels.
Bloomberg's Joe Matthew will host a special Balance of Power for Super Tuesday night. It began at 8 p.m. Wall Street time. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is meeting again with his counterpart in Qatar in Washington today. Qatar has been a key player in facilitating the ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas, and the Biden administration has been urging both parties to come to an agreement quickly. Vice President Harris said that there needs to be a 6-week ceasefire at the very least to curb the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And Blinken today said that Israel needs to allow more aid into Gaza, ceasefire or not. Blinken is calling for Hamas to sign a ceasefire deal. A Republican senator is criticizing the Biden administration's move to cap credit card late fees at $8. GOP Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina says the cap will ultimately raise rates for many borrowers. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr. This is Paul Bailey.
All right, Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Bailey, we got another Ivy League university. So we got Brown University is again requiring the SAT or ACT for admission, becoming the third Ivy League college this year to return to standardized testing following the fall caused by the pandemic. Since a Supreme Court ruling last June said that colleges can't use race in admissions, admissions officers have been trying to figure out the best ways to recruit students. Harvard and Yale both said having a test score can give admissions officers more context about the applicant's application. Succeeded for schools to the ACT, which had been phased out during the pandemic for a variety of reasons. Can't get people together to take it. Now it's starting to come out.
Back in my day, in 2012, I took both. And looking at some of this data, only 5% of the more than 1,000 members of the Common App are requiring the test in 2023, 2024, compared to 55% in 2019 before the pandemic. One of the things, though, Paul, I went to Syracuse. You have considered Syracuse and University of Chicago. Brown doesn't require electives, so that was something that caught my eye. So you major in finance, you don't need to sign up for that. So,
Well, I just had my youngest is now a freshman in college. And that whole anxiety situation is so great as a parent.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And it seems to me it's just another data point. And I can see if I were a police officer, it would be a data point. Starting to come back here for some teachers. Let's see how the rest of higher education they follow for. Busy day in politics, to say the least. Super Tuesday, 15 states having a primary today. Balance of power is what you need. Balance of power with Joe Manchin from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's Super Tuesday, but is it really super? Welcome to the fastest show in politics as voters get busy in 16 states across 6 time zones, with over a third of the delegates at stake in what many see, though, as another coronation for Donald Trump. We'll find out together, of course, here and talk about it ahead with Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison with us in Washington today. Insights coming on the issues driving the Republican primary from Jennifer Nassour, a conversation with former chair of the Massachusetts Republican Party. We've got our political tour in place. Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor Rick Davison alongside Democratic analyst Brad Howard at Corcoran Street Group. This is it, Super Tuesday. We start, as always, on Wall Street with Charlie Pellet in New York. An update on trading on the book chart.
Joe Matthew down, the S&P Nasdaq all declining. Stocks under pressure as a trio of tech heavyweights slide. We're talking about Tesla, Apple, advanced microdevices. Traders are waiting for mixed economic data in the run-up to Jay Powell's testimony to Congress tomorrow. Of course, Friday, the all-important job. Right now, the S&P down 46. The drop right now of just about 0.5%, down 291. Lower by 0.7%. Should point out the S&P 500 index right now very close to session lows. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 263 points. The drop there, 1.6%. 10-year right now at 4.14%. The 2-year 4.55%. Spot gold today up 0.6%. 21.27 the ounce. We're treating crude to 78.36 a barrel. Talking about West Texas Intermediate down 0.3%. Bitcoin has been all over the map today. Was trading above $69,000 right now. Fed Chair Jay Powell will be on Capitol Hill tomorrow for his Senate annual report to Congress. Constance Hunter is senior advisory to macro policy perspectives. And this morning on surveillance, she told us Powell is right to weight on rate cuts.
I think that it pays for them to be cautious on so many different levels, right? That's their job. They need to be measured. They need to be careful. And because you have this productivity, it gives them extra policy space, right? They can wait a little longer because the economy is strong enough.
Among those tech heavyweights, Tesla now down 4.6%, Apple down 2.8%, prices down 4.9%. Every category stocks lower across the board.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. Welcome to the Super Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're going to spend a little bit of time together today, if you dare, here on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube. Washington and New York. You search Bloomberg Global News, you'll find our live radio feed there. We'll meet you in the studio because we're in for the duration here. We've got Balance of Power now. We've got Balance of Power later. And then our special coverage, Super Tuesday election night, starts 8 p.m. Washington time here on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube. Kaylee Lyons will be with us. And we're going to be following the leadership here in part of Laura Davison, who has done such a great job as our politics editor here in Washington. And I wanted to sit down with Laura just to start things off as we look ahead to 16 states to get a sense of how to watch this tonight and what we should be paying attention to, because so many people are looking at this as, well, frankly, anticlimactic. First thing Tom Keene asked me today is Super Tuesday really super? And it's kind of hard to make the argument, Laura Davison. Great to see you. Welcome back. Of course, This is going to be a late night for you. Let me rephrase that. Tell us what Bloomberg's political news editor is looking at on this strange Super Tuesday.
Well, I still think it's super, so I want to put in a plug for at least super in terms of the number of states that are voting. So first, what's going to happen is we have all those blue states coming in. These could be some places that are really good for Nikki Haley. Not that she's going to win, but are sort of bellwethers of does she continue to stay in this race. Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, Virginia. Those are going to be some of the first results we'll see. She has really hinted that she is looking at not just results and delegates as a way to keep her in what percentage of vote is she getting? Is she still raising money? So she's committed to staying in this race through Super Tuesday. We'll see if she drops out tonight or stays in for longer. Trump is very likely to sweep most, if not all, of the states. So he has a big event down in Mar-a-Lago. This is where I expect to see a very buoyant victorious future for him and a real pivot in general.
It's funny, as a native New Englander, I'm just chuckling at this idea of watch Vermont and Massachusetts and Maine the night of the Republican primary. Doesn't that tell us a lot about what we're doing?
Yes, the New Englanders finally get their spot in the limelight. But this is really kind of just a gauge of where Trump's weak spots in the party. Who's showing up in the suburbs? Obviously there are kind of weird dynamics at play there because there are Democrats that are crossing party lines to vote for Nikki Haley in the primary. So some of the data could be a little cloudy coming out of this. But what we're going to do in the weeks going forward is looking at what are the weak spots for Trump, what are the weak spots for Biden. There's also an effort in Minnesota, like there was in Michigan last week, to become committed. It seems like that kind of is an issue that's sort of falling on the wayside after they got their 2% vote, not that.
All eyes on the Trapp family lodge tonight. My God, anything could happen at the we're talking to Jennifer, so we're going forward. Nikki Haley, this is interesting. 11 of the 15 states holding Republican elections are open to more than just registered voters. That's quite something.
I think her last stand may have been a couple contests ago, but technically Trump has not even approached the nomination yet. I mean, he still won't tonight. It'll be either next week or the week after that he'll likely sew all of this up. But this is her last chance to really make a splash. There are a bunch of states voting. Interestingly, she's not doesn't have a public event tonight, so we'll see when and how and if we hear from her. But she's been on the campaign trail up until she was in Texas yesterday. She was in Massachusetts. She's been able to sort of galvanize the attention and decision.
Victory or concession speech?
I think she, like Nancy Pelosi, you don't say anything, you don't vote, you don't do whatever until you have something to say.
That doesn't mean she won't. You'll find something scheduled.
Yeah, certainly. But she's already started to roll out leadership teams in some of these states, Indiana, later in the month. So I anticipate she'll stay in a little bit longer, with the caveat that people drop out at all times for all reasons. But she's sending signs that she might stay in, at least for a couple more weeks. She is still she can really do that. And once you are no longer candidate, you lose a lot of your say, your platform. So there are benefits for her to stay.
The money's still coming in, and it looks like it will not be presumptive nominee Donald Trump until likely March 19th. He could do it on the 12th, but probably not. So why not stick it out?
That's sort of the thinking. And, and she could potentially then be well placed, and she doesn't have a lot of delegates, but she has, a handful of delegates that if Trump were to implode for some reason, she would at least be positioned to say, okay, I'm the heir apparent. That's not necessarily how it works on the Republican Party anyway at that point. But, and also, I think there's been some interesting chatter among Democrats. Gavin Newsom, governor of California, coming out and saying, Nikki Haley is our best surrogate against Trump. Democrats should want her to stay in the race. Is making that argument, but to the right audience people want to hear.
We could not have Super Tuesday without Laura Davis. Great to see you, Laura. Good luck with the coverage. Stay in touch. We'll be watching. Here in studio on Super Tuesday, Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington as we add the voice of Jennifer, the aforementioned Republican
parties have lost voters in the last year, which I think speaks volumes about where both parties have been going and the messaging from the super far right MAGA and from the super far left progressives. And so I think she's going to have a great night here. I think in Virginia, you see what happened in D.C. That most of the people who work in D.C. live in Virginia, so I think they're going to carry over there. So I think that Nikki's going to do really well tonight. And it's far from over. I mean, listen, anyone can do math. If you do math, the magic number is 1,215, and Donald Trump is only at 240. There's a long way to go there. And so tonight there are 874 delegates up for takes, and so we'll see how she fares tonight. But she's not going anywhere. She was here this weekend in Massachusetts. We had over 1,000 people at a rally for her. We had a fundraiser for her, raised a ton of money. Donors are coming, new faces are coming out, people are energized. From Massachusetts, she went from North Carolina to Massachusetts to Vermont and to Maine. The woman has done almost 8,600 miles in 10 days. I don't think Donald Trump has done 8,600 miles in the last 8 years.
No, I know, yet he continues to dominate in the polls, and he's going to steamroll through states like Texas and California tonight. I appreciate your passion, and it's contagious, Jen, but, we had Chris Sununu on with us last night talking about a closing window. The path could get a lot more difficult after tonight, right? How do you see that continuing through the next couple of weeks?
So, look, anyone who's run for office before or been involved in a campaign, you know that you need two things. You need the volunteers and you need the donors, because those are the two things that actually make the campaign continue to move. And so as long as the volunteers aren't going anywhere, and I can tell you, people will follow Nikki anywhere she goes. That's number one. And number two, those donors, like I said, I had a full room of new faces on Saturday night. I think that is something that, you cannot replicate. And at the end of the day, Trump, listen, 70% of the country doesn't want another Biden-Trump showdown. 60% believe both Biden and Trump are too old to be in office. And 40% of voters continuously say that they do not want Donald Trump to be the nominee of the Republican Party. And that's not
the curse
40%
of this primary
of the general
season.
electorate, that's 40% of Republican voters.
Sure, that's the curse of this primary season for Republicans like you, though. If the whole country were like Massachusetts, we'd be having maybe a more deliberate conversation here. But he's 30 and 40 points ahead in the polls that seem to count here. So is this another kind of momentum play? You see her making it 10 tonight and then going to a state like Florida. I'm just trying to figure out how you get through the primary against Donald Trump. You can make the case that she's a better candidate against Joe Biden, but this is a tough time now, isn't it?
Well, I think Republican primary voters need to wake up, quite frankly. Listen, at the end of the day, you can win a playoff, but are you going to win the championship? And the answer is no. With Donald Trump, Fox News poll came out the other day, he was 2 to 3 points ahead of Joe Biden. That is within the margin of error. That is any bad news story will sink that campaign. Whereas Nikki Haley is 8 to 18 points, depending on the poll. And that is exactly where she has continued to be this entire time. So if you do not want another Joe Biden administration, if you do not want a Kamala Harris administration, then you need to vote for Nikki Haley, because you have an opportunity to actually put someone on the ballot that you want right now. In November, you have no choice. You have a choice between the two people who have been selected for you.
This is why I know you love hearing conversations about no labels and third parties. If we end up with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, anything could happen there. And to your point, the polls suggest that voters want an alternative here. We're spending time with Jennifer Nassour, the former Massachusetts Republican Party chair, Republican strategist. Talk to us about issues while you're here, Jen, because it's obviously driving decisions this evening in New Hampshire. We were talking about immigration in a state not typically associated with our southwest border, maybe the Canadian border. But we've also added abortion since Joe Biden was elected, because of we've spoken about the impact in terms of increases since then. And then, of course, the economy. What are voters carrying into the booth tonight? Or is it not a lot of issues?
I think it's the same issues. It's just how they're focused and how they're tailored, right? So I know here in Massachusetts, Massachusetts, we're a sanctuary state, unfortunately. And here's what happened. All the migrants came to Massachusetts so that way they could find housing in whatever line they were pitched by the administration. They came here, and now they're kicking out our senior citizens and our veterans from their housing. They kicked out children from a rec center in one of the most difficult neighborhoods in the city of Boston. So kids were displaced in the middle of winter without any place to go, thrown out on the street where there's gang violence, there's drugs. It was unbelievable to house 200 to 300 migrants. They took over a hotel in one of the suburbs, and then to house migrants, and then they opened up the restaurant that had been shuttered as a catering facility. That is all on the backs of the taxpayers. And so I think the immigration issue is an issue for everyone, but it's how it affects everyone. In Massachusetts, the most important issue is always the economy, but that immigration issue is absolutely affecting our bottom line here. The abortion issue is going to continue to be, and if Republicans don't wake up and adopt Nikki Haley's view and platform on abortion, we are a dead party. Because at the end of the day, women will always care about this issue. It is always going to be a big issue. May not be the number one issue, but it will always continue to be an issue. We need to have real conversations with women around the country about what can realistically happen and our own views and how that affects policy and how government should stay out of your bedroom.
Jen, I've got less than a minute. Does Nikki Haley need to win something tonight to keep going in this race?
She just needs to win delegates. As long as she keeps delegates away from Donald Trump, she stays in the race.
Jennifer Nassour, it's good to see you again. Republican strategist, former chair of the Republican Party in Massachusetts. The view from the Northeast, where a lot of us are going to be looking tonight to see the performance of Nikki Haley here on this Super Tuesday. I'm glad you're with us. It's 15 states in play here for Republicans tonight. We're going to be walking through the time zones together in not only our normal political coverage here on Balance of Power, the early edition, and the later episode at 5 p.m. Haley will be with us, as will later on our signature panel with special coverage tonight starting at 8 p.m. Washington time, and will be across all of our platforms when the polls start to close later in the evening. So we're just getting started here, and I'm glad you're with us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Balance of Power, fastest show in politics. Spend some time with Nathan Dean coming up as we also look forward to the State of the Union this week. This is Bloomberg.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red right now. Stocks are under pressure as a trio of tech heavyweights, AMD, Apple, Tesla, all slipping today. Traders are wading through mixed economic data in the run-up to Jay Powell's testimony to Congress beginning tomorrow. So here's where we stand. The S&P now down by 44 points. That is a drop now of 0.9%. Dow Industrials down 256 points, a decline right now of 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 252, a slump there of 1.5%. The 10-year at 4.14%, the 2-year 4.55%. We've got spot gold up $15 the ounce, 21,029, up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude 78.07 a barrel. WTI down now by 0.9%. Bitcoin, a volatile day there. Bitcoin right now back at 64,700, down 4.1%. Bitcoin was trading above the $69,000. Target's fourth quarter profit beat estimates. Target shares surging now by more than 11%, 11.6%. We've got Walmart, among other retailers, up 1.1%. The investor group seeking to acquire Macy's is against that retailer's plans to close 150 stores, that according to ArcHouse managing partner Gabriel Kahane. Today, Macy's shares up by 0.4%. Again, recapping, S&P down now by 42 points, drop there of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. And with a long day ahead of him, back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Nowhere else we'd rather be on Super Tuesday, of course, with you live now from Washington. On this Super Tuesday, we're talking about the delegates, and we'll be throughout the day here. Nearly a third of those at stake up for grabs here. 865 Republican delegates across 15 states voting here, 6 time zones. Are you ready? Of course you are. Most people seem to think they know how this is going to end already. So Super Tuesday in air quotes here. It's going to be meaningful in terms of delegate distribution, but it might not be a very newsy night. We'll put it that way. Some of the undercard races we're following, in fact, could provide a lot more interest, as we'll talk a little later on this hour. The jungle primary in California could be its own reality show, and we'll get there. We'll also get to the State of the Union. You know, Joe Biden is focused more on the speech Thursday than he is on any contest tonight. In fact, he just got back to the White House, if not a minute ago, a minute from now. He's just coming back from Camp David. They've been up there for about 3 days, working on the big speech, the joint session of Congress Thursday night. We'll have special coverage of that, too, because we live for this stuff. But it's going to be important for Joe Biden, the candidate and the president. We've talked about the candidate side. This will be the biggest crowd he gets until the convention. An important opportunity to talk to the American people when you're running for re-election. But there's, of course, a lot more to it in terms of policy, and we want to get a sense of what's going to end up in this big speech with the help of Nathan Dean, of course, senior policy analyst here in Washington at Bloomberg Intelligence. It's good to see you, Nathan. You predicted, by the way, we're going to have a segment at some point called Nathan called it, on credit card fees. Maybe that wasn't a huge leap to know that it would be in there somehow, but we're actually getting specifics on what he's going to say.
Yeah, so this morning the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau released its long-awaited final rule on credit card late fees. And what this does is it takes the current credit card late fee around $32 and it drops it down to $8. Now, this is only applicable to credit card issuers that have more than 1 million open accounts, which is most of them. But in terms of fees, it's going to take around, in 2022 there was about $14 billion in such fees. This is going to make around 10.5 disappear almost. So now there could be court challenges to this, but this is indicative of what President Biden is thinking in terms of his State of the Union address. If you go back 3 years ago, he created something called the White House Competition Council.
Yes, right.
Don't be surprised if you see a lot of talk about how I'm lowering fees on credit cards, transportation, agriculture. The Department of Agriculture did something very similar this week. Even Ticketmaster. I doubt Taylor Swift's going to get mentioned, but this is sort of things that he's trying to mention in terms of bringing these costs down for consumers. But as we're telling our clients, a lot of what he's going to mention tonight is things that happened in the past or he's already mentioned. New initiatives may be a little bit harder to come by.
Maybe he could have Pearl Jam in the First Lady's box, do the Ticketmaster thing, have the band stand up, young up the demographic. You're making this work already.
I try.
Absolutely. Now, what's this $8 fee, the $8 limit thing? Is it a monthly cap? How does that work?
No, so it is a monthly cap. So the way it works right now is that it's a safe harbor. Essentially, it states, funny enough, the law doesn't allow you to say that you can limit it by this dollar amount. But what the CFPB is doing here is they're offering a safe harbor, meaning that you can lower this cap to around $8. And the caps, the current caps vary. We say it's $32 on average, but some of the big banks out there are around $27. Some are as low as $10. So it really depends on what the current aspect is. So, but it goes down to $8. The other thing to note is that this is just one of many initiatives the CFPB is pursuing at the moment, all in the while that they're waiting to hear from the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of their funding. And if the Supreme Court comes back and says, look, CFPB funding isn't constitutional, there could be some concerns with this move. So this isn't a done deal. We still think that there's more litigation on this to come.
What are we doing about airlines? Everybody wants to know about airfare.
There's a lot of, the Department of Transportation's been looking at this, a lot of times.
They can't touch it though, can they?
No, but a lot of what the work is being done is on disclosures. So think about going to the movies. Remember back when they used to go to the movies, and next thing you know, you'd be sitting there for 30 minutes worth of previews, and you're like, wait a minute, why 1 o'clock start time?
I forgot what movie I came to see.
Yeah, exactly. So in terms of what the Biden administration is doing, a lot of it is obviously lowering these fees, but a lot of it's also in disclosures. And the idea here is the more information that you give the consumer, the more information that they'll take into account. Maybe they won't go to the movie at 1 o'clock if they're going to be sitting there till 1:30.
Yes.
So, so a lot of it really comes down to the actions that have financial impact, but there are actions here that also have consumer impact underlying all these impacts.
Did you see Dune already? Tell me you saw Dune 2.
I haven't seen Dune 1.
You haven't seen it? Oh, I haven't seen it. I thought you were going to tell me it was great, and then I really would have been excited to go. Drug prices, insulin. He says that every time he gets near a microphone. That's all part of this package, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not part of the junk food package,
but the lowering fees.
Yes, but it is part of the Competition Council. And so the drug pricing aspect is, my colleague Blaine Wright put out a note on this earlier this week. This is something that he's going to try and, I think, not only tout the efforts that he's done, but also this is one of the words where I think that there's going to be new initiatives as well. For example, just yesterday there was an op-ed from the former NEC chairman talking about Ozempic, the weight loss drug, and how the impact on taxpayers could be even $1 trillion at a certain point. And so, I just think that drug prices is something that resonates with voters, because if you go to CVS or Walgreens, when you sign up and you're paying your copay or something like that, it's expensive. So he's trying to tout all this stuff to combat the Biden. I don't want to call it the reputation of Biden economics, but the idea that Bidenomics actually does lower inflation.
This is going to be more than a paragraph in this speech. This sounds like a good 10-minute chunk on lowering fees, maybe more than that, coupled with raising taxes on the wealthy. And it's going to come a day after Nathan Dean Jay Powell's up on the Hill. Although he's doing both days, right? This is Humphrey Hawkins. That's interesting. These are some of the same lawmakers who will be sitting in the hall, who will be hitting him with questions and listening to him to talk about the war on inflation. How does that impact the conversation?
So there's two things that you have when you have Jerome Powell going to the Hill. First is the monetary policy conversation. But, because the House Financial Services Committee has 50-plus lawmakers and they all get 5 minutes, there's only so many monetary policy questions you can ask. So there's also going to be the regulatory question. And for us, it really comes down to this proposal known as the Basel III Endgame. This is the proposal that would raise capital requirements for the banks up to about 20% for the big ones, 5 to 6% for the regional banks. But the question here is, everybody in Washington has this consensus that the Fed is going to have to drastically scale back or substantially change this rule. But people want to know, are they going to repropose it or not? And so they're going to be looking for Jerome Powell to give us any indication. And look, he's a master at testifying and not providing any information.
So he's not going to.
So don't be surprised if he just says, we're working in it, we're taking considerations, we're going to try and find consensus, and everybody in Washington is going to try and figure out what he actually means by that. But maybe we'll get lucky and he'll just say that, we're not going to. There's also rumors going around that the Fed could be looking at liquidity standards, that there's a new proposal on that, there's a new proposal on the discount window. Any information that he gives us on that will be extremely helpful. And for purposes of watching it, I'll have my Bloomberg popcorn for the House Financial Services Committee, because you get a lot more questions. When it comes to the Senate Banking Committee, there's a little bit more fatigue, a lot less people asking questions. So So that house is the one that I'm particularly in.
Yeah, that's what the commercials are recorded, of course, right? So it sounds like we're going to make more news on regulation, interest rates, or any sense of what might happen in the next couple of days.
Well, just remember, I'm a regulations person, so I always have that bias. And my monetary policy colleagues always get angry when I say, oh, look, here's the monetary policy hearing. We're talking about financial regulation again. But, I think, listening to what our chief rate strategist is saying and so forth, there are going to be significant discussions here about what the future of the rate strategy is for the Fed. Because, look, it doesn't get any more important than that in an election year for the president. And I guarantee you the folks at the White House are going to be watching this for any indication of what Jerome Powell is thinking on that as well.
Well, so then the message from the president is, you need to know I've brought down inflation this much, but the job is not yet complete. Right? We're not doing victory laps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you were to pluck out voters from Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, all these blue states, purple states that are going to be key to Biden's victory this year and say, how are you feeling on inflation? They may be different than what people are saying versus what the numbers are thinking. And so for the president, it's really going to be to try and hammer that message because, as you pointed out, this is probably the last time he's going to be able to address the nation on this until the election.
So breaking news there with Nathan Dean, Pearl Jam in the First Lady's box for the State of the Union. Who would have thought he would bring that kind of news? I'm a kid, of course. It's always good to spend time. Thanks for being here on Super Tuesday. Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's bring you up to date now before we assemble our panel. Amy Morris has world and national news from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. We want to tell you about that huge outage with the Meta service. It appears to be resolved or resolving now. Facebook, Messenger, Instagram were all down this morning. Meta says the technical issue's been resolved. We're still watching it for you. President Biden, Republican Donald Trump facing the biggest day of the primary campaign on this Super Tuesday. Voters in 16 states and 1 territory casting those ballots. Much of the attention is being focused now on Trump and his Republican challenger, Nikki Haley. Greg Valliere is chief U.S. policy strategist at AGF Investments and says this may be the end of the line for Haley.
It's awfully hard to see her staying in. It's a battle, as you know, for delegates, and she's just doing very poorly on delegates. You can claim that 30% of the party likes her and would vote for her, but that is not going to get her the nomination.
865 Republican delegates are up for grabs tonight. 1,215 are needed to clinch. Haley rallied last night in Fort Worth, Texas.
It's not normal when Joe Biden calls his opponents fascists and Donald Trump calls his opponents vermin. None of that is normal.
Texas is holding an open primary. Haley kind of hoping that some Democrats might make the switch in a protest against Donald Trump, but so far she's only won D.C.'s Republican primary. Listen for our special coverage of Super Tuesday results tonight to Bloomberg's Joe Matthew on a Balance of Power special starting at 8 o'clock tonight, Wall Street time. And the head of Russia's space agency now saying it is working on plans with China to deliver and install a nuclear power plant on the moon by 2035. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I want to update you on the outage of Meta Platforms. Meta now says it has resolved the technical issues and disrupted service for hundreds of thousands of people across its family of social media apps, including Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Issues, though, are still reported on other social media sites, including YouTube and X. Meta Platform shares, they're down today. Part of a broader tech sell-off, we're looking at it down now by 1.2%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all declining right now. S&P lower by 45, down 0.9%. Stocks under pressure as a trio of tech heavyweights slid, and traders were wading through mixed economic data in the run-up to Jay Powell's testimony to Congress beginning tomorrow. The Dow down 280, drop there of 0.7%. NASDAQ down 250, a decline right now at 1.5%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down by 0.4%. 10-year at 4.15%, the 2-year 4.56%. Spot gold declining 0.7%, now at 2.129. Let's see a record on gold today. West Texas 10-year crude down 3.1 cents, 70 to 57 a barrel. Bitcoin trading above high at 69, down 54, retreating. Bitcoin now down 3.8% to 64,000. Fresh data today on the American service industry activity, and Bitcoin below Wall Street's forecast. With that story, there's Bloomberg's
Blame it on the labor market. The ISM service industry index fell in February with no orders lined up bigger than full growth. The index is pointing to expansion for more than a year. However, corporate job events have been rising. Now, the increasing market economists anticipate that will pay for growth. This shows nice
shares down now by 9.7% among the names reporting after the close of trading today. We will be hearing from CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike shares right now down by 6.9%. Recapping, not such a super Tuesday on Wall Street. S&P down 46, drop there of 0.9%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington, and once again, here is Joe Matthew.
Hi, Charlie. We do thank you. We'll get back with Charlie a bit later on this hour. Keep you posted on trading, of course, on Wall Street, even as we focus on politics on this program every day. Well, this is the day of days, right? Super Tuesday, the biggest day of voting in the cycle. But the first question Tom Keene asked me this morning was whether it was still super. There's a lot of folks who are looking at this as a coronation. Where we start with our panel. What to watch tonight? We've got a great one for you, too. Rick Davis is with us, of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist. Joins by Brad Howard, back with us here on Balance. Democratic analyst, now Corcoran Street Group. Brad, welcome back. Rick Davis, I want to start with what you're watching tonight, because we're looking at 15 states, at least, for Republicans in nominating contests. A lot of them are considered foregone at this point. How will you decipher the news? How should our listeners interpret what's happening when we start talking again about this around 8 o'clock tonight?
Yeah, look, I'm looking for, sort of Trump weaknesses in states where, Nikki Haley may be very competitive. You've talked about those before in Vermont, in Virginia, maybe a little bit in Massachusetts. You were just talking to the former state party chair, maybe Maine. Susan Collins endorsed there. That might carry some weight. I mean, some of those numbers, from what I'm seeing in recent polls that just came out today, indicates that could be a contest, right? I mean, that would be really interesting. We don't want to be bored tonight. We want to have something to look at. And I think those are the places to look. I would also say, the down ballot stuff is always interesting to political junkies like me. And so I'm watching races in California, like you said, the Senate race, a couple of congressional races in Texas, which are fascinating to me. And so, there'll be a few of those things to talk about.
I wonder what your thoughts are in the early going
yes, for morale reasons, really, to keep her donors happy, she doesn't do much if she wins, but also mathematically, any real shot at getting the nomination, she's got to do more than just have some symbolic victories tonight. She's got to really ratchet up the delegates. So short of a Hail Mary miracle here, I just don't see. She may get the symbolic victory tonight in one or two places, but certainly not when no one's expecting a Nikki Haley sweep of Super Tuesday. In fact, just the opposite. I think most of us are anticipating that President Trump gets very, very close to outright clinching the GOP nomination. He's well on his way to being the nominee for the Republican Party once again. And so, you know, we'll see if she got a symbolic victory and set her up nicely to 28, but the cards aren't there for us, not anything.
Rick, will you be looking at margins in some of the early calls, like Alabama, specifically North Carolina, just to get a sense of what the rest of the night will look like for Trump?
Yeah, those are two places that you want to see if Nikki Haley can get above 20%, right? Those are you pick two of the worst states for Nikki Haley, so it's not much to get excited about early on. It's really going to be tomorrow morning when we're looking at a lot of the action that will tell us, is there a narrative out there that Nikki Haley's donors could get comfortable with to put more money into her campaign and convince her not to get out, right? I mean, like, you're going to have both in the right ear, donors and other operatives saying stay in, collect delegates, see what the future brings. And then you'll have others in the left ear saying, preserve your integrity as a candidate. You've done a lot. You've increased your name ID nationally. You're a player in the party now. Go out on a good footing. It's an awful debate. I've been through it many times. And deciding what to do if you're Nikki Haley is one of the toughest things that she's going to do in her career as far as making a decision.
If she does. Brad, I want to ask you about Minnesota, Minneapolis specifically, a big progressive base that we're told could stage some sort of protest vote like we saw the uncommitted vote in Michigan over concern about Joe Biden's policy on Israel and Gaza. Is that real? I'll ask again this time around. Or is this the media looking for something?
I mean, it's not going to have any actual implications if Joe Biden passed the nomination. He's going to be the nominee, period. Part of me it feels a little bit like get it out of your system now and then rally behind our nominee. Let's do this and win in November, because the true irony of this situation is you're not fully backing President Biden. If you stay home in November and you decide you're gonna get back at Joe Biden for his policy and I'm not gonna vote for him, you will elect the most anti-Muslim president we've ever had in our history and will have once again. So you're doing yourself a dramatic disservice here. You're not punishing Joe Biden, you are punishing Muslim Americans. So my advice is, yes, protest, get it out of your system now, but let's get behind our guy and let's go win.
I've got less than a minute here, Rick. 10,000 uncommitted votes is the goal of the protest effort. Does it matter?
No, it doesn't matter a bit. I think it's just a distraction. It didn't matter in Michigan. Our own poll showed that while all that was going on, Biden's numbers were going up in the state of Michigan. So I think it's a real distraction to the media station, and I think the Biden folks are not spending 10 seconds worrying about it. They'll put teams on the ground in Michigan to shore up the Arab American vote there because it's substantial. But outside of that, uncommitted votes in Washington State, give me a break. Washington State is going to be electoral votes, Joe Biden.
In the case of Minnesota, Biden won by 7 percentage points in 2020. We'll be watching tonight how he does, of course, in the Democratic primary. But all eyes are really on the Republican contest. That's where we're going to be later. And coming up, the jungle primary, another fascinating part of the storyline tonight. If you're a political junkie, look no further than California. Rick Davis, Brad Howard will have more on this coming up next, because Adam Schiff could have a race on his hands. This is Bloomberg.
today's headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Macy's shares, they are higher now by 0.1% after Arkhouse Management and Brigade Capital Management boosted their offer for Macy's yesterday by 14%. The retailer says it is reviewing the offer. Gabriel Kahana is Arkhouse's CEO, and he spoke this morning with Bloomberg Radio.
We sincerely hope that they really do carefully review it in good faith, as they should have almost, I guess more than 3 months ago at this point, our initial offer. And we also think that Macy's shareholders, in that statement, Macy's executives are telling shareholders they don't need to do anything right now. Our view is that Macy's shareholders own this company, and they should do something, which is reach out to their directors, reach out to their executives, and urge them to engage sincerely and in good faith with our credible buyer group.
Macy's shares right now are higher by about 0.2%. Elsewhere in the retailing industry, Target's fourth quarter profit beat estimates as the retailer continued its improvements in inventory management and said its decline in traffic slowed. Today, Target now surging by 12.2%. Target, meanwhile, is launching a new paid membership program, moving to catch up with rivals whose own subscription plans are well established, thinking Walmart and Amazon. Tesla lowered today following disappointing China vehicle shipment numbers. Tesla shares tumbling now by 3.7%. And U.S. officials have told AMD Advanced Micro Devices its AI chip that it tailored for the Chinese market is too powerful to sell without a license from those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
Listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
You know you're onto something when the Democratic frontrunner in California spends $10 million on ads to try to get a Republican into the race. Only in California, the jungle primary. This is the race for Senate, by the way, the primary race, but you don't have a Democratic contest and a Republican one. They just take the top two. And so Congressman Adam Schiff, who's been the front runner largely in this contest, has been spending money to try to elevate Steve Garvey, the ball player, the former World Series champion Dodger. And it's been working. It is quite possible now that as he warns California that this man is too conservative, that he's in fact going to be in a second place position for the general election. Schiff versus Garvey. So much for Katie Porter. We'll find out. Let's assemble the panel and get their take on it. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist, joined today by Brad Howard, who is back with us today, Democratic analyst. As we look ahead to the jungle primary, Brad is now at Corcoran Street Group. Good strategy, Brad, for Adam Schiff. He spent a lot of money on this potential outcome.
Well, it has a lot of upside here, right? If you can keep a Democrat from advancing to the November ballot and you make this a D versus R race in November rather than a D plus D race, there's a lot of benefits there, right? The entire party rallies behind you. All the outside money comes pouring in from the Democratic base. And not to mention the odds of a Republican winning statewide on the Senate race in California are very minimal. But, this has got to work for Adam Schiff. If the Republican does advance, Adam Schiff better beat him in November.
Yeah, do I have this right, Rick? Did I frame this right, or is Adam Schiff really worried about Steve Garvey being too conservative for California?
Yeah, I don't think he's worried about it. I think he's dependent upon it, right? I mean, he's got 10 million bucks riding on the fact that Garvey is out of sync with the California voter. That being said, I mean, Garvey was a superstar from the Dodgers and the Padres. I mean, we forget, Southern California, you can get some Republican vote out there. And so I don't know. I mean, I've seen polls all over the map on this. I think we can wake up and find out if there's any kind of a mix between Schiff, Porter, and Garvey in this combination. And what Schiff really has to worry about is that he misplanned and spent $10 million on Garvey that he probably should have spent on Katie Porter. I wouldn't count her out at this point. only got one night to spend worrying about it. So what I prefer is Garvey on the ticket.
Is Steve Garvey a good candidate? Rick, is he good for the party? He's been signing baseball.
Superstar.
Seems like he's connecting.
He's a superstar. Anytime you get a celebrity to run for office, especially in a celebrity-focused state like California, you kind of get excited because you can pick up votes that aren't doctrinaire Republicans. That's how Arnold Schwarzenegger got elected. He wasn't a Republican in that regard. He was a celebrity.
What do you think, Brad? Adam Schiff is making a big bet here that California has to go Democrat. We've got less than a minute. Is that a worthy bet?
Yeah, absolutely. All trends holding with Trump on the ballot. I do think the Democrats are locked into the Senate seat, no matter the outcome. I think the biggest note here is the continuing power and influence of Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi here, who endorsed Schiff early on, who has been connecting him to her money operations in the state of Florida, which is why he has $10 million to spend here to try to knock off of the other Democrats.
Brad Howard and Rick Davis with us today on this Super Tuesday. Many thanks to both of you for the analysis. They'll be back in our second hour as we continue to look at the races that we'll be watching tonight. Haley Lyons is on the way in next. Hour 2 at Balance of Power starts. Welcome to Super Tuesday and the fastest show in politics on the biggest day of voting until November. A third of delegates are up for grabs today in the states voting around the country. Will this be a coronation for Donald Trump? I'm Joe Matthew alongside Haley Lyons in Washington, D.C. That's the big question here as we settle in for the long haul.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Donald Trump can't actually get to the requisite 1,215
Good morning from
delegates.
Seattle. This is Karen Zoe Lee here with another episode of
Tonight, the math
TZL
just
Live
simply
on Night Ride
doesn't work
FM.
that way. But what we
And
could
today
see
I'm going
is
to be
all
introducing my
15 of
first
the states,
guests of
up for grabs
2024,
today. Many of them
Seattle's
winner-take-all,
very own five-piece
delegates,
stellar band
essentially. They'd
called
get all
The
of them
Night Cry.
if
I can't
Trump
wait
were
for
to
you
win.
to meet these folks
means
because
it
they
would
are
be also
super
mathematically
talented.
impossible for
Plus,
these
they're having a
folks to
gig
catch up
on
to them.
Friday,
But
which
that's really the
I'm
question.
on,
Will
but it's
Nikki
more
Haley
important that they're making
and
their
her
debut in
campaign last
Seattle.
beyond the season?
But
We're
first,
going to talk about
you
it
know
with
the drill. I'm
Bloomberg's
going to play
Gregory
some
Cordy,
music,
who's been
some
on the
new
campaign
releases,
trail
new submissions,
for
and
months
some stuff
at
I
this
bought on
point, and with
Bandcamp.
pollster David
Like
Paley
Let 'Em
Logos
Riot,
at Suffolk
brand new
University.
album,
Haley,
Graffiti,
his research
available
has
on
helped
Retrosynth
us
Records now.
find our way
Vinyl.
across the trail
And I
until
got
this
to pick my
point.
favorite track for
Absolutely,
you.
and of
Here's
course, as
Let 'Em
always,
Ride It.
Charlie Pellet helps
Let 'Em
us
Riot,
find
and
our way
she's on video.
across financial markets, and we got to check on that for us right now. Hey, Charlie.
Super day on Wall Street would be Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, 100 index, Russell 2000. They are all trading lower right now. We've got a trio of tech heavyweights helping drive markets lower, specifically Apple, Tesla, and Micro Devices. Right now, the S&P is trading lower by 34 points, close to 7 lows, down 0.9%, Dow Jones Industrial Average down 200 points, down 0.8%, Nasdaq Composite down 250, lower now by 1.5%, Nasdaq 100 index down 1.7%, Russell 2000 down by 0.4%. 10-year, 4.4%, 2-year now at 4.56%, spot gold up 0.8%, 21.30 the ounce, crude lower by 0.6%, West Texas Intermediate right now 78.25 a barrel. Now Bitcoin did surge to a record for the first time in more than 2 years earlier today. The original currency did not stay at that all-time high for very long. Bitcoin was above $69,000 before we Bottom line, red on the screen is downgraded yesterday. Balance power continues back to Washington.
the Super Tuesdays have come in all different kinds of flavors over the years, right? Sometimes they're a little earlier, sometimes they're a little later, sometimes they're on one side but not the other. This one seems, especially that we have front-loaded a lot of the primaries, we know the outcome of this. But we have one candidate, Nikki Haley, who is committed to playing out the string at least through Super Tuesday. I love it because as a data guy, it gives me more data points to do so. It's a check on the polls, right, to see how the polls have been, how strong this anti-Trump sentiment is for the Democratic Party. It has a lot of hypotheses as we go deeper into this, the primaries, but one thing we're not looking for
She's
tonight is
on
any
video
sort of
by
indication of
Let
who
'em
the
Riot
Republican nominee
from
is.
his brand new album Graffiti.
Well, we spoke with one of
Available
Nikki
through
Haley's
Richardson
perhaps
Records
most vocal
right now.
surrogates,
Coming
New
up
Hampshire
next, we have a
Governor
new one from
Chris
LeBrock.
Sununu
It's a
yesterday after Nikki
collaboration
Haley
with
had said in a few
McLaughlin.
interviews that she
Here
would
is
stay in the race
Star.
if she were to be competitive. She didn't define what competitive means. He was a little reluctant to define what it means, though he did point to the fact that she's gotten north of 40% in states like his state, New Hampshire, more than 20% in others. And I wonder if those numbers aren't as meaningful for Nikki Haley as it doesn't change the outcome if she's not winning states in terms of the delicate math for the most part, but more influential when it comes to thinking about Donald Trump's president. He's 20 to 40% of the Republican primary electorate choosing not you. What does that signal as we head into a really long general election?
Yeah, and one of the things that I looked at yesterday, I looked at the polling averages, 538 into each of these early contests, Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Michigan. And in each one of them, Nikki Haley overperformed the expectations. And in at least New Hampshire, South Carolina, and Michigan, significantly, by 5 to 6 points. And so that, I think, is part of what's fueling Nikki Haley, is that she gets a little bit of extra. Obviously, it's not helping her with the Super Tuesday is where the rubber is going to meet her, because if she doesn't pick up a significant amount of delegates tonight, it looks like Trump will be on track to punch the nominee. She can't punch it mathematically, but she can by March 12th at the earliest. If she does well, she can push that date back to March 18th. But that's as much as she can do. But look, there's two reasons why candidates do that. One is they run out of money, and the other is they want a job in the next administration. Nikki Haley continues to raise money, and it looks like she's proposed running for President Trump again. She was, of course, the UN ambassador in the first Trump. And so she, at this point, doesn't really have a so maybe she's got that sort of I think that will depend on how well former President Trump does. If Joe Biden wins, despite all of the weaknesses, we all know that Joe Biden wins, and say, well, I was the one who we need to rebuild this party, and as a new person party, if Trump wins, I don't know that I see quite that opportunity for her, because then Trump in November fully sunk. And we would be more likely to see candidates in that type of
All things politics for us here. Very long take to Super Tuesday, Gregory. Thank you so much. And we want to turn now to another person who is following all of the races across the country very closely. David Palomillos is joining us now from Suffolk University. He's the director of their Political Research Center. David, great to have you on the show. We were just hearing from Gregory about a number of states in which Nikki Haley did not win the Republican contest, but she did perform better than expected. If that were to show up anywhere tonight, where would you expect Nikki Haley to possibly come?
Those are the points the other states less so. And maybe Utah.
You're up here in New England. If you have a sense of Republican politics in a state like Massachusetts or a little north to Vermont or Maine, This
That was
tells us a
Star by
lot when we're
LeBrock,
looking
featuring
to New England states
Rockland.
to
That
gauge the
must have been him
strength
at the
of a
end there.
Republican
Yeah.
candidate, doesn't it?
That one's going to go on my live
Oh,
sets.
absolutely.
My
I mean,
prom
when was the
style
last
live
time
sets. Coming up next, I
electoral
have another
votes
artist,
were
new
won
artist
by
on
a
my radar
Republican
called
in
Matt Beard.
any of those
He sent me this
states,
track,
maybe
City
in
Drive.
one congressional district in Maine, and where you have independents who can vote, then you have a recipe for a possible upset. But even in our polling, and which was over a month ago, so it's old, Trump was still prevailing in Massachusetts, and he's heavily favored to win. I wouldn't be surprised if he was around 1,000 by the end of the night, and Haley was in the 100 and something, 150. So you're looking at, no matter how you slice it, you're looking at a 70-91 ratio of Trump delegates.
Well, David, of course, Nikki Haley, when we heard her campaigning recently, as she's committed to stay in the race through at least today's contest, she said, look at the numbers that I'm doing. I understand being an accountant that 40% is not 50%, but 40% is not a small number. I'm paraphrasing a word she spoke after South Carolina, a state where she was still resoundingly defeated by Trump. What do you think about that number she's referring to? Those individuals that are picking her over Trump in this primary contest, where are they likely to go in a general election? Is it as problematic for a Trump general election candidacy as we might think?
We won't know that until the numbers settle. So it depends state to state. Some states where Democrats will go we really have to isolate those subsets to pure independents. The answer to your question is they could not vote. They could vote for Joe Biden, or more likely they could vote third party.
What are you going to be looking at then when we get through that first time zone, David? We've got the two most populous states in Algier and Texas and California. That's where Donald Trump starts to put this in the bag, right?
Yeah, I mean, the more the night wears on, the worse it's going to be for Haley. And I've heard today, recently, that Haley has canceled a couple of appearances today, campaign stops, and she's settled back in South Carolina. That, to me, is a signal, and Joe, you know this better than anybody, that she's crafting a speech, whatever that speech says. They're working on, a speech to set herself up for whatever lies in the future, whether it's 2028 or something else.
Are you surprised nothing's scheduled tonight? We understand she has not scheduled a speech, David. Does that mean if you hear of a late announcement, that might be significant?
Yeah, no, I haven't heard of an announcement, but I've heard that she's pulled back from some of her appearances. She is in South Carolina. She is presumably working on her next strategy and talks with funders to find out whether or not what's the best case scenario for the state. But obviously, she doesn't want to be distracted by doing a couple of events.
Well, as you talk about potential other strategies she could pursue, I wonder if that could theoretically include a third party, which you were just referencing. Some Nikki Haley primary voters may end up going for a third party come the general in November. We know No Labels has been interested in her. Nikki Haley seems to have suggested that she doesn't have interest in it in return, but No Labels has consistently said, David, that Super Tuesday, after that, is when they make the call whether they're going to run a unity ticket. Do you see
That
a
was
path
City
for
Drive
that?
by Matt Beard.
for no
He's apparently
labels,
been
I mean,
dropping
I see a
releases
path
last
for any
May,
third
almost a
party
year now.
candidate
Just got him on my radar.
to
Can't believe I've
harness
been sleeping on
significant
this guy.
amounts of votes in
Love to have
swing
him.
states.
All right, coming up next
to turn the
is
election.
Oceanside 85. She's been
No
on
labels
fire
being
lately. She's
one,
been dropping
RFK Jr.
track after
being
track.
one,
She's
Green
on
Party
fire.
being one,
This one
Libertarian
is a
and
collaboration she
One
did with
West.
Yikers.
And it really
called
depends on
Closer.
what candidates, parties make what state ballots, because we know from 2016 and 2020 that the presence of third-party candidates directly impacted the outcome. I have to take Nikki Haley at her word that she's not going to pursue a no-labels option because she's a Republican. The moment she does that, then any future within the Republican structure is pretty much gone.
We're spending some time with David Paleologos, Suffolk University Political Research Center Director, on this Super Tuesday. A little later this hour, David, we're going to bring our conversation with Chris Sununu. He's obviously in a delicate situation here, talking about a candidate who may have some very difficult decisions to make. What is his political legacy here for backing Nikki Haley so passionately, speaking against Donald Trump openly as a term limited governor?
I gotta believe that people may say he's the closer. I think he's one of the big winners. But I'm just looking at what he did in identified neighborhood by neighborhood, every independent that was anti-Trump and pulled them out. That kind of feat, forget Washington, D.C., and forget even her home state where she didn't even get 40% in South Carolina. You know, she did better in New Hampshire. So what he did in New Hampshire, I think loyal to her and to his own principles. And I think he sets himself up for opportunities. May not be in 2024, but it could be.
All right, David Paleologos joining us from Suffolk University. Thank you so much, as always. It was such an interesting conversation, Joe, with Chris Sununu, the governor, last night. Essentially still defending Nikki Haley, saying that she is his candidate. He's still very much backing her, and yet still says that he will support Trump should he be the Republican Party. Despite what did he say about Trump kicking dirt in the face of Republicans?
We'll bring you a bit of that conversation coming up a little later this hour of Balance of Power with the governor of New Hampshire. First, our panel, Rick Davis, is going to be with us coming up here in a special Super Tuesday panel with Brad Howard. Races to watch tonight. They'll lay out the road.
Yeah, it's not just presidential. There's a lot down ballot to consider as well. So we'll have more on that next. This is Closer by Oceanside 85
featuring Yikers. Now I know for a fact she does do collabs. Obviously that is a collab, but she'll do collabs that you request as well. She's got a wonderful, sexy alto voice, which you just heard. She also does really good voiceover work, but that's kind of a waste of her talent, isn't it? Just come to me, I'll do it. Coming up next, at Megatronics, our synth metal bros, Rob and Rob. A lot of amazing covers that they've done. This one is by Judas Priest. This is Blood Red Skies.
S&P NASDAQ very much in the red. Stocks under pressure as traders wade through mixed economic data. We begin to run up the big house Congress begins tomorrow. Of course, Friday, the jobs report right now. The S&P 47.5,000. Dow Industrials got 8 tenths of 1% right now. Lower by 2 NASDAQ positive. Now at 167 points. Drop now. 10-year 4.14%, the 2-year 4.56%. In the middle of the night, 8 tenths of 1%, 21. Cybernetic heartbeats. Texas digital precise. 78.12 a barrel. Pneumatic fingers nearly at me in the vice. Volatility there today. Not begging you. Down 4%. Target fourth quarter profit beat estimates. You won't make me. You won't take me under blood red skies. You won't break me. You won't take me. I'll find you under blood red skies. Watch my laser eyes. Overhead the night squad glides the decaying paradise.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to
Automatic sniper with computer sights. Scans a big horizon for its victim of the night. They're closing in. They'll never break me. You won't take me. You won't make me under blood red skies. You won't break me. You won't take me. I'll fight you under blood red
Because he would benefit from Yeah, and for that, we'll turn to our panel today. We've done a good one on Super Tuesday. Rick Davis is with us, of course, Republican strategist, Bloomberg politics, contributor, Brad Howard, Democratic analyst. Gentlemen, great to have you with us. Rick, the down ballot races, I think where Kaylee's going here, will likely be a lot more interesting than what we see on the presidential level.
Yeah, I mean, you actually don't know what the outcome is going to be on these down ballot races. We know what the outcome is going to be in the presidential primary. So there at least is some mystique involved in the down ballot.
All right, so Brad, if you could pick a down ballot contest, which one is the most interesting, perhaps the most telling of the general feeling going into November? Is there also some primaries that you have in more MAGA areas to push back candidates that are against more established candidates? Which one do you pick out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Alabama 1. I think that's the first member-on-member primary this cycle. I'm also watching the emergence of the nation. That will be a relatively competitive general election that new Alabama sees. So we'll see the emergence of the Democratic side there. Alabama 1 seat, got Jerry Carr, Jerry Moore, Martin Hillary, Sasha from one side, and the Commerce, and the Republican on the other. That'll be the time.
That new seat you mentioned is important. At least 11 candidates fighting for this newly drawn district. Rick Davis, you know Alabama politics pretty well. This is a seat that would have been won easily by Joe Biden in 2020 by more than 10 points, it appears. Who are you looking at?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, anytime you've got that many people running in a new district, you know, it's just anybody's guess. I think that the one I'm watching in Texas, Sheila Jackson Lee, her opponent, Amanda Edwards, they know each other really well. They work together. Sheila Jackson ran for mayor and did really poorly and has made her vulnerable. And I think she could be one of the highest profile incumbents going down.
All right, so clearly a lot to watch outside the presidential contest tonight, but the presidential contest, as we know, definitely most of the headlines. And on that note, I want to point to a note that we have to talk here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It rates that Trump has been more problems after Super Tuesday, and in fact, before it rates says the enthusiastic piece that hasn't grown since 2020. We've seen the Republican Party that's now all but embedded. Independents are coordinating. Trump encourages and all of that.
Yeah, that sounds pretty realistic. I mean, Harry's a very smart guy, and I wouldn't doubt him on that. Those elements are all there, and makes it, you know, a very interesting contest.
Be very curious to hear about Joe Biden, because we're not talking about him too much today.
That was
Brad,
Blood
there's a
Red
storyline in
Skies,
Minnesota,
originally by
of course,
Judas
about a
Priest,
potential
covered by
protest vote.
Megatronics.
But
That
he's
was
in
amazing.
primary
It's
contests
incredible.
across
I
the
love the
country,
Robs,
just
Power
like
Rob and
Donald
Dark Rob,
Trump
by the
is.
way.
Should
They
he
put
be
on a
speaking
really good show.
tonight?
I've seen him a few
He
times.
could deliver some sort of
And
victory
Power Rob
address
has
and
his own
warm up
solo thing going
for the
on,
State
too.
of the Union, no?
He's awesome. Our guest tonight,
I
the
mean,
lead
if
singer
he
of
would like
Vincent,
to,
has
I
got
think
some
if I'm his
powerful
prep team,
words of praise
I've got
for
his head
Power
of the
Rob.
State of the Union.
Coming up
which is
next,
much
Jeff
more
Hire Prime
consequential,
has sent me his
as
new
we all
instrumental. This
know,
is Storms
the number
Across
of
the
live
Surface.
events that Americans have all kind of tuned in to watch has dramatically declined. As we saw, there's an appetite for it. We saw the Super Bowl highest ratings ever. I think this may be one of the highest ratings ever for a State of the Union because so much is at risk for the president. He's got complex situations over live. He's got a type of partisan environment here. His speakers going to stand behind him. So there's a lot at stake for the president. He's got to both shore up his face, show his strength of thought, and lay out an agenda for the long term. So a lot to put that there where it matters. One quick thing on the Democratic thing, protest votes here. If you look at Michigan, you got 13 that voted for non-committed. Back in 2012, Obama, 11% voted non-committed in Michigan. And of course, Obama went on to win the presidency. So let's stick to the story.
Yeah, but of course, we're talking about the percentage of the victory in Biden's case this time around. And also, while we're talking about that uncommitted vote in Michigan and how it could translate elsewhere, it wasn't just in places like Dearborn concentrated in, you know, heavily Muslim and Arab American populations. Also Ann Arbor, East Lansing, back to the point, Michigan State University
young voters are tricky. They are fairly new to the electorate. They really don't care what you've done previously. They want to know what you're going to do moving forward. They are idealistic. They are energized. You got to have them not only vote for you, you got to have them ground truth around them, not on where they get to vote. So they're a tricky bunch. But, overall, this is the time when our base likes to vent expectations. Right? By nature of being a progressive, we're never happy. We're never satisfied with the status quo. We're always wanting more, bigger, and bolder. So by nature, there's some unrest always in a Democratic president this time of the cycle. My hope is that by November, the Biden campaign is really taking youth vote seriously, really find ways to engage, consolidate them, but also realize the passion and energy.
It is interesting. Joe Biden is just getting back to the White House. This is all about the State of the Union. Rick, is that smart business? It's not worth it to put them out in front of people tonight and focus on truth.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I mean, this is the latest State of the Union I think I could ever recall, and frankly, the Speaker's gotten a lot of criticism from his caucus by giving Joe Biden this incredible backstop to Super Tuesday. Here, their plan was to have Trump basically proclaim the presumptive nominee tonight, and now they're going to let Biden steal the show in the State of the Union a day later. So I think that this is exactly what Brad said. I think this is the whole game for him in the State of the Union. He's going to have tens of millions of people watching his speech. It could be the most consequential speech of this term, and certainly the most consequential speech that he's going to give between now and the convention. And so this one, he's got to get right. And realizing that prep is what prep is. I never expected him to be bouncing around Super Tuesday stage 2 days before State of the Union.
Dropping a new single from his upcoming album.
Well, Rick, as you
Parallax,
talk
which is
about maybe
available
the
on
Speaker
pre-order
having given
on
Biden
Bandcamp
something of a
right
gift
now.
to be able
This
to give an
track
address like
features
this right on
Bears
the
and
heels of
Omen
Super
on
Tuesday.
vocals,
But he also takes
and
something
one of my
away from the
samples that he
President if
asked
the
for,
House
so he
actually
put my name in the
passes
credits
this
'cause he's a good
package of
guy. Here's
funding
In
bills to
Love with
avert
an
a
Android.
shutdown come Friday. Biden will
Android technology has advanced significantly.
Well, they're only going to get 6 of the 12 passed by then.
Fair enough.
And so it's not like you've got to really scramble to find dysfunction in the House Republicans. And I think that's one thing I'm really looking for is how much he uses this B-team speaker and House dysfunction in the State of the Union. I think it's unavoidable. He has got to point out the biggest limitation of progress in his agenda has been this screw in the House.
Rick Cannon on Super Tuesday. Thanks to both of you, Rick Davis and Brad Howard. We'll be back with Rick a little bit later on this evening. I want to remind everybody that we have special coverage on Healing 8 p.m. Central Time on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube here on Bloomberg Radio and television starting at 9 p.m. As we call 6 times. So when you join us this evening, we'll be starting with breaking news and we of course like to wait until the votes are counted. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons. We want to bring you up to date before our conversation with New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu on world and national news. Amy Morris has that for us in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington.
Hi, Joe. Thanks. Secretary of State Antony Blinken urging Hamas leaders to agree to a ceasefire deal that would free hostages and halt the war in Gaza, even as he called on Israel to let in more domestic. Spoke earlier today alongside the Qatari Prime Minister.
The organic taste of your lips. This is my circus.
in 16 states and one territory. Heading to the polls on this Super Tuesday, Greg Valier, the chief U.S. policy strategist at ATM Investments, tells us they would see a change in Donald Trump's record. He explains Detroit previous that balance of power. Global news today, everyone. With an Android by Bending Grid, featuring Bearzen Onan doing that rap there. He's a metal guy. He's not one of us. He's a metal guy. Love his voice. Coming up next, Eric C. Powell has sent me something brand new. This is a premiere, actually. Nobody's heard this before. This one also features his wife, Andrea. This is The Getaway.
I have to get away. I want to confess.
down
That was the
0.8%.
Getaway
The
by Eric C.
Nasdaq
Powell
Composite Index
and
down
Andrea Powell.
282,
And,
a decline
he's
of
making announcements tomorrow. That's all I can
1.7%.
say, but I
We've
can
got
tell
a
you
trio
that
of
we have
technology
recently
heavyweight
opened
sliding.
into the
Traders are
retro
also
set of
wading
records
through mixed
family.
economic
You
data
got him.
in
He's
the
ours.
run-up to Jay Powell's testimony to
All right, I got
Congress.
a couple more
10-year,
tracks for you before I bring my guests
4.14%.
out.
The 2-year
This
right
one
now,
is a
4.55%.
Caspro
Gold,
and Lavany.
spot gold
This is
up
Drift.
0.8%, 21.30 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%. WTI 78.11. Bitcoin, what? $64,500 on Bitcoin. Apple's iPhone woes in China are deepening. Advanced Micro Devices has hit a U.S. roadblock in selling an AI chip to the Asian nation. And Tesla is extending its slide as China shipments slumped. Apple down today by 2.84%. We've got AMD down 1.5%. Tesla slumping by 3.5%. Again, recapping a lot of red on the screen here. Down the S&P, Nasdaq, all declining, and the 10-year yielded 4.1%. I'm Charlie Palamedis of Bloomberg. This is Flashback to Washington. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, we thank you as always on this Super Tuesday. Welcome to the fastest show in politics, Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside cable lines, I'm Joe Matthew, the nation's capital. We look clearly across the country. 15 states holding Republican contests. 11 of them are open to foreigners who register for contests. That's been the narrative until now by the Nikki Haley campaign. These are the types of states that she could potentially have. We spent some time with her chief surrogate, the governor of
Yeah, Kristen Union did join us yesterday Tuesday, and we talked to him about that because, Joe, you're absolutely right. There are a number of states in which independently minded voters will want to favor. The problem is only 2 states are not winner take all. So whoever gets more than 50% of the vote, which if Owen is correct, is very likely to be Donald Trump, gets all the delegates. Therefore, the math becomes really difficult if she's trying to secure the nomination. And we posed that question to Governor Sununu. If it's not actually about getting the number of delegates to secure the nomination, if that's not mathematically possible, why is he staying in this race? Here's his response.
The reason to stay in the race is to collect enough delegates to be president. That's Nikki's mission. That's it. She's not here to make a point. She's not putting herself on the line, putting all this energy, all this exhaustion away from her family, being out there every single day tirelessly, for anything other than being president and getting this country back on track. And that's exactly what we want to see. So, no, it's not about some of these other candidates who get in just to try to make a point or sell a book or whatever the heck it is. Nikki is about focusing on this country and what she can bring to the table. Not just from the country's perspective, but as a Republican, I love the fact that she doesn't just win, she wins handily against Joe Biden. She brings senators and new House members and governorships all with her. She wins up and down the ballot. Trump cannot do that.
Ambassador Haley signaled yesterday she might not endorse Donald Trump in an interview on Meet the Press, that she no longer sees herself bound to a pledge to an RNC that she sees changing here. Of course, it is changing as we speak, Governor. Do you support that decision? Do you feel the same way?
Their latest single.
Well, she didn't say she wouldn't. She's definitely not going to. So she didn't say that. They when the press is asking you as a candidate if you're going to support the person you run against, it's a ridiculous question, right? To say, oh yeah, by the way, and I'll support the person I'm running against.
I'm trying to be careful. She signaled that she might not. I'm trying to be fair here, Governor. She signaled she might not.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she said she might not. And again, it's a ridiculous question also because is Trump, has he committed to supporting the Republican nominee if it's not him?
I think you know the answer.
He hasn't. Yeah, of course. So it's this faux outrage. I can't believe that she won't answer the question or be clear about it when Trump has gotten away with completely, kicking dirt in the face of the Republican Party across this country and making his own rules as he goes, but he gets away with it. So, look, at the end of the day, Nikki will decide what Nikki's going to do. Regardless of who the nominee is, you're going to see a lot of folks understand that Joe Biden is not the future of America, right? I mean, that's a real problem for a whole variety of reasons. We can do an hour on a show about why that's a problem. There's a reason why Trump, actually is neck and neck with Biden. The problem is, again, it's not just about who wins the presidency, it's about who brings the rest of the party over the line. And I keep going back to that, but it's so important. We're tired of, as Republicans, we're tired of losing. And we lost in 20. We lost in 22. We lost when Trump was the standard bearer and kind of the front end and the messenger of the party. do is get more voters out. Every new voter that comes out, the Republican might not vote in the primary, that comes out on Super Tuesday is likely a Nikki Haley voter. So getting the vote out, not just kind of to push back against this, concerted base that Trump has, and that's understandable to give them a president. But every new voter she can drive out is another bit of opportunity. And that's all you're thinking about as a candidate. How do you win?
Well, what about what you're thinking about as a surrogate? Because Governor Lincoln asked the question. In fact, Joe and I have asked it of you when we were up in New Hampshire in January. This idea that he would support Hampshire and the Republican not as much to Joe Biden as he just described himself in the worst face of Republicans. I think that there is a very real chance he will be convicted of a felony, not so distant future. Is there any hope that will change your mind on that?
Right now, no, look, I want a strong ticket. And my focus is going to be, I'm not going to be governor. I've done my 4 terms here. I'm deciding to step down. My focus is always going to be, in New Hampshire. And I'm just kind of speaking where my position as a governor is Look, I'm going to support the Republican Party, the Republican ticket as strong as I can. I'm a conservative. I believe in those ideals. I'm very optimistic about the Republican Party. Whether Trump's there or not, there's still a lot of opportunity to get things right in this country, to get back to believing that the individual comes first, not a bunch of liberal elitists in Washington that are standing on the shoulders of
If you're
American
just joining
families
us, you
that
are
built
listening
this
to
country,
KZL
defend this
Live
country,
on Night Ride
but are being
FM.
told how to live
And
their lives.
tonight I
People
have
are
my
absolutely
first
sick and tired
guest
of it.
of
So the Republican
2024.
Party has
This
a
is
huge
Seattle's
opportunity to
own
have candidates,
The
not just
Night Cry.
who's running for
Hello,
president, but have
hello,
candidates
everybody.
up and down the ballot.
Whoa!
They say we're going to actively
That
make
is
a
all
change.
one
We're not just going to
band.
go
That
and
is
raise more
5
money,
people.
try to get ourselves
Oh,
reelected.
goodness,
but we're
where
going
do we
to
start?
be an
Should we,
active part of
Vincent,
a
do you want to
positive
start with
process
you?
that gets this
Yes,
country back
my
on
name is
track.
Vincent. I'm the singer.
The
and I
governor
play a
of New
little bit
Hampshire,
guitar.
Chris Sununu, speaking with
Vincent's
us
the one I
yesterday,
know
and
online.
wanted to
He's
make
the one
sure
we've
that
been
you heard
talking
that
to
conversation
because
here
he's a synthwave
on
fan.
Bloomberg as Nikki Haley
Yes, big
stares
time.
down the barrel of 15 more contests
sorry, I
this
cut off
evening, and
somebody.
it's
Who
difficult
was
to
that?
tell where she
Oh,
might
no
go
worries. That's
from here.
my name is
Kaylee,
Hannah
NBC
Rock,
News
and
is
I
reporting.
play
Of course, we know
keys
she's back in the
for
Charleston
band analysis
area.
and background vocals.
The staff at the
I'm Shanna.
headquarters
I
in
play
good
the
spirits
bass.
today.
Hello,
the songs
Shanna.
of choice
nice to meet
are
you.
Sisters Are Doing It for
Hi,
Themselves
KZL. I'm Andrea
and started
Kajacek,
from
and
the
I
bottom.
play guitar.
Now we're here.
Oh,
is
good
the
to meet
one
you.
that,
We are
typically-
Facebook friends.
I thought you'd be ready for it.
typically
last
follows.
but
But
not
it
least.
brings me
Yeah,
back
what's
to
up,
New Hampshire,
KZL,
Joe.
Sarah
Remember, we
Campbell,
were all
drums,
set to
back
go.
vocals.
We were there on the ground. We were going to go to a Ron
Sarah's the one
DeSantis
I've
event
actually met in person.
one afternoon.
Yes.
It turned out
that's
he
a
wasn't
memory.
even in the state of New Hampshire.
And,
he was in Florida,
So we've got a gig
and then
coming
dropped
up at
his
Skylar
speech
in
that he was
Seattle
leaving
on Friday,
the race. And of
March
course, that is
8th
what we're on watch for. There is
Casual
no
Panic.
signal
Yes,
directly from Nikki Haley that
and
she'd be leaving the race after these
you're
contests,
so-
but she
and-
hasn't
oh,
signaled the same
fuck
commitment
Annie.
to stay
Little
in
me.
past these 15 states.
Yeah, you're going to keep the party going.
as she had to just
we're
getting to
super
today.
excited.
As
This
the
is
Trump
our
campaign
very
targets
first
March 12th
Seattle
or 19th
performance as a
for
full
presumptive
set,
status when
full
he
band.
would
This is
mathematically
very
have
exciting.
this
We've been
in the
playing
bag.
around,
It still could be
Washington
mathematically
State
impossible
the last
for
year,
her to
and now
become
we're
the
ready to
nominee
hit it
tomorrow,
hard.
and the candidate in waiting
like the last 2
idea
years,
is starting to
wasn't it?
wear a little bit
Yeah,
thin as Donald Trump
we've been building
scores
foundations.
additional
We've
legal
been building
victories
like
here.
our song
And it
catalog.
looks like we
We've
may
been
not have a
building
Jack
our
Smith trial
performance.
even
When we
before
go
this
out there, we
Yeah,
really
you have
want
to get an
hit the
immunity
ground
decision
running. We're
from the
really
Supreme
ready to
Court
go.
first. Of course, the Supreme Court already yesterday
I gotta
did
ask
weigh in
though,
on
that
another
free
Trump-related
tracks release,
matter that factors
how
in
long is
today
your
because
set?
he's on the ballot
It really
in
depends
Colorado,
on the show.
despite the Supreme
we
Court
usually
there
like to play
initially
about
saying
45
because of the
minutes.
14th Amendment he could
We're
not
working
be.
on
So
having
voters there
longer
and
sets
across
as we're
14 other
thinking about
states
touring
could have the
in the
chance to
future.
vote for him. And of course,
So
we'll
it really
continue to have that
depends
covered
on the
for you
show.
right
And we're also
on Bloomberg.
creating a festival set.
Love it.
And along with that, acoustic. Yeah, so we're branching out into the acoustic live, so that's going to allow us to be able to perform in other areas, other genres. So really branching out with our acoustic set as well this year. Come into your local bookstore.
Yeah, or copy.
Shop.
There we go. There's a plug. Oh, and then you got the Central Saloon gig in June.
Yeah, that's a big one. We're extremely excited for that. Yes Productions is putting that all together for us. It's our first time working with Yes, and they've been kind of groundbreaking in the Seattle music scene for the last few years. It's huge that we get to work with them. I'm very excited about that.
Oh yeah, I love them. I go to all their synthwave shows.
I go to as many as I can. I'm super impressed with the caliber of artists they're getting in. I mean, they hosted Ollie just not too long ago. That show was amazing.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was sick that week and I had to miss out. I'm still mad about that too, but yeah, I heard it was amazing.
That would have been the first time we ever get to meet in person because I was there.
I know. I was supposed to meet everybody that week.
I know. That was a big
because we had
week.
Time Cop on Tuesday.
Right?
Yeah, and then Wednesday was there was a rooftop party, and then Thursday was Ollie's show. It was a massive week.
Yeah, I really wanted to make that rooftop party. I was stuck at work. I couldn't go over.
Yeah. But yeah, those ladies have put Seattle on the map for synthwave.
100%. Like you see all the bands in not just synthwave though, like even darkwave and post-punk and all of these underground alternative genres are flocking towards Seattle. Like it's crazy. Bands that I thought, oh, nobody knows about, are actually they're doing production shows regularly. It's pretty impressive.
Strong work ethic. I give it to them. They work hard. They support local. They include everything that they can, and they're unstoppable right now.
Yeah, they put on some good shows. I love working with them. Shout out to Elizabeth, Tish, and Yasha, by the way.
Hey!
Yes Music Productions. If you'd like to tour in Seattle, go through them.
And then think about us. There's so many bands I would love to play that they're bringing in to play with.
Oh, like be on the lineup? Yeah. That would be
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just like this show June 8th, where we're playing with House of Harm and Panic Priest. I'm in awe that we're already like syncing up with these massive artists in that genre.
We'll go to show you the foundation we've been working on, the past 2 years, where we've really been
This
focused
is
on the
Balance of
marketing.
Power with Joe Matthew
inclusive
and
of the
Kayla
audience,
Lines on Bloomberg
really
Radio
being
and Television.
Very diligent about our look, our
On
genre,
to the great state
what
of
we want to
Texas
bring
now,
to the
Kaylee
masses.
Lines,
So
where the race
the time is now.
to run against, have the
laying that
opportunity to run
foundation.
against
This
Senator
is-
Ted
this
Cruz is
exactly
something
where we need to
that we're
be.
watching among a
And
couple of
we're
down ballot
aligning with
races
the
that actually
bands
make
and
this
the
super interesting. Of course,
producers and
Texas
people just like
is
you,
special
Corinne, that are
politically for so
supporting
many
us,
reasons
and
with
could
the
not
border
be more
debate.
thrilled.
And it's a
No,
state that
me
Donald
too.
Trump
I've been watching this
knows
come
pretty
together
darn
for like
well.
the
I
last
think
2
this
years. and it's
could be
just
based on
been
polling a
awesome.
pretty
Kicked
easy
off,
race for
hit
him.
the ground
It's
running.
the other ones we're looking
like with all the branding
when
and
you think
stuff.
about the
I mean,
presidential
Vincent, you were
contest,
so
there's what,
enthusiastic about it.
161
That's what got my
delegates, I believe,
attention.
up
No,
for grabs in the
I
state
love
of
it. I
Texas,
live it.
Texas,
I mean,
and California
it's
together, the
almost
two
a
biggest ones you
sickness.
could take from a
I
presidential
stop thinking
standpoint
about,
this evening. But there's a lot
kind of my
else
mantra
that
is
should be watched
what
in
have
the
I
state
done
of
for the
Texas.
This will
And
be part of
states,
the later
So every day
storyline
I
tonight.
try to
absolutely,
do something
states
for the
across the
band,
board,
whether it's
surely,
a
but of
little-
course
a
Texas
small
is, as Joe says, a
practice
very
song,
big one. Everything is
whatever.
bigger than bigger
and
than it.
everybody's kind
So
of
they say.
like
Julie Fine
adopted that.
probably
So
doesn't
it's
say that since
awesome
she's
to be in a
actually
band
in
where
Texas. She is our
it's not
Texas
just
bureau
one
chief,
guy
and she
doing everything,
is joining us
it's
now. So Julie,
five
if you had to
people
pick a
doing
race
everything
down
all
ballot,
the
which
time.
one is the one to watch
It's a
this week? Is
huge
it
relief, to be
the race to run
honest,
against
'cause I've never
Ted
been
Cruz,
in a
as Joe
band
mentioned?
where
I think it's
everybody has an
I think it's the
equal
Ted Cruz
work
race.
ethic.
The reason is
I love
because
that.
Representative
That's awesome,
Colin
'cause you all
Allred, he's a
seem like,
Democrat, seems
individually,
to be the front runner in this.
history
He's
of very
raised more
professional
money than
musicianship,
Senator
because
Cruz,
it-
which, by the
this
way,
is
that
obviously
happened
not your first
also when
rodeo,
Beto
any of
O'Rourke
you.
ran against
Right,
Senator
right.
Cruz as well.
Sarah,
but that
I
is
know you're
definitely
on
the
multiple
race to
projects.
watch. The question
Yeah, this is my
is
baby though.
if
all
he can
chips
get
are in on the
50% of the
night
vote. State Senator Roland
Part
Gutierrez
owner,
is also
big
in the
part of
primary,
what I
as are
do,
several
visual,
others.
we're
But
a
what's
team.
interesting about
This
State
is a
Senator
healthy
Roland
obsession
Gutierrez
for
is
us.
he
I mean,
actually
musicians,
made a
we're
name
unique,
for
we're
himself
vulnerable,
after
we
the
put ourselves
mass
out
horrible
there,
shooting in
and
Uvalde.
aligning
That is the
with
district he
this team
represents.
that I have,
So
which is
he
the Night
was
Cry.
frequently
I mean, I'm
doing
all
a lot
in.
of
I'm a
media, so
believer,
people
and
in the state know
we
him
want
very
that to
well. But
shine
again,
through
it's
in our
Representative
live
Allred
performances.
that's
We
really
are
hoping that
inclusive.
he can
We
get
want
more
people
than
to be
50%
part
of the
our
vote. If
experience. If
nobody
I don't
gets more
have
than
that
50% of the
passion
vote,
in
that
my-
goes to a
in my
runoff. Now,
speak,
in a race like this, money is
please,
going to be
pull me
extremely
aside
important.
and ask what's going on
Obviously,
today.
nobody wants to go to a runoff, but that's the
Because that's
race
how
I think in
passionate
Texas
I
that people will pay the most attention to tonight.
Yeah, this
love
ought to
to
be
hear
something
it.
that run
I
off
feel
May
it, too.
28th. If
You've
it
got that
happens,
vibe.
Julie, fine. Happy Super Tuesday. We're looking as well
I
at
wake up every
what
day
could be a
like
pretty
Vincent
tough race
says,
for
what have I done for
Congresswoman
the band
Sheila
today?
Jackson Lee.
And,
What's happening
there's
in
always
Houston?
something brewing.
Well, that's
I mean,
what's
we're
interesting
already
about
thinking
that
about
race
what the
is
next
Sheila
look
Jackson
is,
Lee
following
also
fashion
recently
trends,
ran for mayor, and she
really
lost
trying
to
to
John
put out
Whitmire, who
there
was a
high
longtime state
quality.
senator. Now she's
really
running against
appreciate
former
that
city
people
councilwoman
are
Amanda
enjoying
Edwards.
it and it's
Amanda
landing
Edwards is a
exactly
fairly
where we want
well-known
it to.
name in the area. So
Absolutely. You
Sheila
got all your
Jackson Lee
corners
should have
covered.
the edge in
I
that
love
race,
it.
but again,
Would this be a good time to
start
get into
talk
like how the
about
night
that
probably got
runoff.
started?
If you go to a
Yeah,
runoff, it is
absolutely.
a totally
Yeah,
different
so
ballgame in that
Vincent
race.
and
But
I
this
have
is
known each
certainly the
other
hardest
for
race
eons.
that Sheila Jackson
And I
Lee
think
has
it
ever
was
faced. I mean, she has been
probably
in
12 or
Congress for
13
a
years
long
ago. I
time,
was
and now
playing
she's
with
coming
a
off that
different
loss for mayor.
band, and Vincent's band was there.
And Julie, I would imagine
And we
it's
were
fair
both
to
kinda
say
drunk,
that
and I went
the
up to him
border
and I was
issue
like,
primarily in all of
"We're
these
gonna have
different
a band one
contests
day."
is the one that's going to weigh most heavily
Yes,
on
we
Texan
are.
primary voters as
So
they head to
fast
the polls.
forward like 13 years.
It
I
is. It's
kinda
a very
had
big
this
issue
vision
here in
of
Texas. But
the
what's interesting
Robert
now is how
Palmer
Democrats
Addicted to
handle it.
Love video. I
Republicans
was
in
like,
Texas
man,
have been
I
talking
cannot
about the
think of
border and
another
immigration
band
for some
that
time. So have
is
Democrats,
all
but in a
women
different
with a
way.
male
So now it's a
frontman,
question of
and
how the
kinda things
Democrats
took off
handle
from
it. Do
there.
they basically
Awesome.
say, okay,
But
there
how
was
often
a
in Seattle
bill,
are people
and
saying, "We should
Democrats
do a
were ready
band"?
to
Yeah.
pass that, and do they try to
Right.
flip the
We've
script?
just
So
played
it'll be
so many
interesting
shows
to
and been
see
so
how
connected
Democrats
just beyond
come
playing
back
shows
in
together
an issue that's
as
so
friends,
important in the state of
and
Texas.
it just
Gotta be
just
honest,
worked.
Julie. You know, we heard
I
Tom
stopped
Swazi
playing with my
harness
band. She
that
stopped
issue,
playing with her
speak to
band.
that
We're
well.
like,
People
hey,
seem to be
let's
listening in New
collaborate.
York
Let's
3,
do something
at least
together.
enough for him to
We
win
wrote a
that
song,
contest, and he'll have a
and
chance to do
that
it again in
song
November.